Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this final event of the Empowering Us network. We're going to switch to English in a while, but I just wanted to welcome those of you that are here, to the people that has hosted us. Thank you to the City Council of Getafe for having us here.
I'm an ad hoc expert for the URBACT network, and today we will have the honor to host and accompany this conference here. It's the final conference of the Empowering Us network. We will have the chance to do many things all along the day, meet many people from many different levels of the government. We will do many things together. Just a couple of important technical information for you. So we will have both in presence and online participation of people in the conference. We will have both English-speaking and Spanish-speaking sessions. So both online and on-site, we will have the translation for those ones that cannot understand one of the two languages. I would start officially this event, inviting here on the stage Gema Cáceres Martín, que es la Concejalía de Personas Mayores y de Vivienda del Ayuntamiento de Getafe. So Gema will officially kick off today's conference. So please, Gema, if you want to come, the floor is yours.
Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome all the representatives from the URBACT calls from the Spanish institutions like the Ministry for Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge, and all the representatives from the towns of Etterbeek, Maia, Pomorie, and Trikala, as well as the rest of attendees. During these days, we are going to have the final events of the Empowering Us Innovation Transfer Network. It's been 2 years of work, of a very intense work. However, this is not the end. This is not the end because now we are going to move to the plans of continuation, to the investment plans, as with the Healthy Home House projects, which started these knowledge transfer networks. Our activities, our ideas, our public policies don't end here. They start from now on. So we are closing one door, but many windows are opening before us, not just for the 5 cities participating in this project, but also for many other cities that will benefit from our work. When we decided to start with this pathway in Getafe, we thought that talking about energy poverty was also talking to renovation, regeneration, and contributing to the housing crisis. Also, it means talking about education, healthcare, energy transition, gender-based problems, helping vulnerable collectives. In the end, talking about energy poverty and addressing energy poverty means tackling the problems of our neighbors. This is why we've decided to work on a cross-cutting perspective, not just based on social services. And that's why we've decided to transform data into knowledge, knowledge into public policies, and public policies into solutions for people, trying to anticipate to their needs in advance. We know that energy poverty doesn't always show us economic poverty. These are households that are cold in the winter, hot in the summer. These are households that cannot cover energy costs or that cannot access to local subsidies. And therefore, these are households that cannot put into practice the concept of having a healthy household. We've also worked on solutions in order to avoid energy poverty to become a chronic problem, moving from the macro data to the identification of our neighbors' names, surnames, putting a face to the problem. In these 2 years, we have not only contributed with what we already knew, but we have also learned a lot alongside the other 4 cities. We can say that this problem has brought us closer together because we found 4 initiatives with, just like us, sought to tackle energy poverty honestly and rigorously, and which were keen to innovate. These 2 years of project have enabled Getafe to discover the world of URBACT, a world of knowledge and experiences. Leading the project has strengthened our position. Furthermore, Getafe's recognition as an urban good practice has also been a boost for our public policies and our housing strategy. This project provides us with tools, networks, methodologies, and a clear conviction. The energy transition will be fair if it reaches the homes, neighborhoods, and people who need it. It will be fair if it leaves no one behind. I would like to thank once again the European Commission, those responsible for the Urban Act calls, for proposals, for the excellent service they have provided us, Irina Rotaru, and everyone who in one way or another has been involved and with whom we have collaborated during this time. Many thanks also go to the local authorities in Getafe and the neighborhoods who have been collaborating with us. Allow me also to say a few words to our expert, Klemen. Thank you very much, Klemen, for all your help. Without you, this project would have not been possible. I would also like to express my appreciation and thanks to the EMSV team involved in this project and more generally to all the municipal staff, because in one way or another they have made this possible. Thank you to the EMSV for leading this working group. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here and for sharing these moments with us. Thank you.
Okay, so now that Gema helped us kicking off the meeting, we can start discussing about what's going to happen today, how we're going to go through all the topics that Gema was mentioning here in her speech. And to do so, I would like to have here on the stage with me Fernando González Ferreira, que es la persona responsable del proyecto aquí.
He's the person who's responsible for the project. He's in Getafe.
I tried it in front of the mirror all the night, which is the lead expert of the network. And we couldn't explain what's happening today without you, so please. So I was mentioning before, we have a lot of work to do this morning. There are many things we would like to talk about. But first of all, it's important to share with you which are the reasons why this event was imagined and what shall we do along the day. So first of all, the first thing we will do will be to celebrate the completion of the work of the network, to discuss with the partners. They're all here. You will have the chance to meet them along the day. But also we will share not only the completion of the EmPowerIngUs network, but more the positioning the EmPowerIngUs network within a larger journey that started long ago. And because of this, I would like to ask Fernando if he can tell us a few things about this journey, how it started and how it is today. We will have the time to discuss about it, but just let us know.
I can tell a lot of things, but I won't. I will focus only in the basic pathway that we have followed since 2019. Our EMSV General Manager, Ángel Fernández, decided that business as usual was not enough for solving the problems of the people. So we decided that we have to do something different, something to make a better service, a better municipal service. So we understood that European projects, innovation European projects, are the key to have this sweet spot that joins the budget, the time, and the people together to do something that otherwise won't be possible. So at this point, we applied for a UIA project. We did it the hard way, starting with the most difficult project at the moment. And, but at that point, we noticed and we realized that URBACT will be in our pathway, because we knew that UIA projects born with the transferability inside. So at some point, we knew that everything that we have been learning, we need to use that knowledge to work together with other cities. And that was when the URBACT initiative came and joined us with Maia, with Pomorie, with Etterbeek, and with Trikala, 4 partners that have proven their value and their knowledge, because we were expected to be the teachers, and we became the apprentice in a lot of topics. So the journey started in 2019. It hasn't ended. It won't be ending until we have all our work done. And we know that this is a task that is never-ending task. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to keep on working, to keep the momentum, to keep solving problems in a different way, because new problems require new ways of solving and solutions. So
okay,
thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Another thing we will do today will be to discuss the centrality of energy, energy efficiency, energy poverty, which is actually at the core of the EmPowerIngUs project. But we will explore both practices and policies. We will discuss at different levels. We will have the national level, we will have the European level, we have cities, so we will have many, many chances to come and go and explore the topic from many different perspectives. But I would say between the reasons why energy is so important, there is the fact that in Getafe there was an experimentation, a piloting that is quite long-lasting. So well, my question for Klemen is, why does it make sense that we talk about energy here and not somewhere else?
Well, Chiara, I think that as with many good ideas and many good projects, the reason why we're here is a group of dedicated people in Getafe who have actually developed in the last 5 years really, really fantastic good practice that deals with the energy poverty. And I think that faced with the heat wave across Europe today, we can all agree that access to energy is no longer just an issue of comfort, but is becoming an issue of health. So I think it's really, really an important topic we are discussing here. But actually, energy poverty is much more than just heating in the winter or cooling in the summer. As we have learned yesterday on a panel with citizens, it's also about community building, it's also about co-creation, and it's also about exploiting new opportunities that come along the way. But I think, like Fernando already pointed out, what is really unique about Getafe, and probably one of the reasons why we are here today, is that Getafe did something that many other projects failed to do. They took a solution developed in the Energy Poverty Intelligence Unit project, and they actually turned it into a functional public service. And this is the part that I think that the cities across Europe should explore and should follow, or transfer like the 4 cities did in the EmPowerIngUs project. And this is why we are here today. And one more thing, if I may say, I think that Getafe is really on a good way to become a flagship city on the topic of energy poverty. So I think that this conference needs to be here today.
Okay, sounds good. Well, you were mentioning in different ways different scales. So some of you was, not to you, some of you was mentioning the flat, some others were mentioning the buildings, Gema was mentioning the city overall and the neighborhoods, and the idea that we also come and go through scales and through different tools. So, and I know this has been one of the core elements both in the initial EUI, UIA practice and then in the URBACT network. So, Klemen, if you can tell us a few things more about this coming and going through scales.
Okay, so I think I would like to start on another level. I think that the project idea of the EPIU started in a totally different approach. It started like a top-down, big data-driven project that was supposed to try to profile different citizen groups and understand where the hidden energy is actually hidden and how to uncover it, right? But then somewhere along the way, innovation happened, like you said before. And this is the interesting part, because suddenly the project team realized, okay, we're working in real space, so we have to get down to a lower level. So that's when they started discussing neighborhood and individual building levels. And then in time they realized, okay, it's not only buildings that we are talking about, it's actually the households, okay? It's real families that we're dealing here. So we went one step down to the household level. And then, you know, the fact that innovation never stops is the proof that a year ago in a meeting in the EmPowerIngUs project in Etterbeek, actually, it was about a year ago, we understood that we can even go one level lower, which is a personal level. So how this was done and what were the results of these efforts, I think we will discover throughout the day.
Yes, definitely, definitely. And you were mentioning already one of the cities in the network. Actually, an URBACT Innovation Transfer Network wouldn't be a network without the cities. So it has come the time to introduce them. They are here sitting with us. You will see them on the stage. We were, as we designed this event, we tried to imagine good ways to get you in touch with the cities. As in the, let's say, economy of a big event, each speaker just have just a few minutes to present, but the pathway that each city was following is very long, and each city has got specificities. You will see it later on in the session we have dedicated to the consortium. Each city took some pieces, some components of the initial practice and applied locally, transferred locally, adapted and adopted locally. So as we wanted to provide value to this richness, and we wanted you to have a little time in Etterbeek, Belgium, in Trikala, in Greece, in Pomorie, Bulgaria, and in Maia, in Portugal, together with Fernando, we imagined what you see here in the room. I'm sorry for the people that are connected online that will not have the chance to see that and to try that, but we imagined a little surprise for you and a nice way to get in touch with the cities. But I don't want to spoil it. I will leave the floor to Fernando to explain that.
Yes, we designed a marketplace because this is obviously an event for cities by cities, but always the communication goes from here to there. So it's really difficult for the people that we are speaking from the stage to really contact the audience. So we find this marketplace thing really useful for allow the people to contact the cities. You never know where you can find your next partner in crime or in an European project. So we brought some information, really small information of each and every city that has been involved in this network, together with some things that they have brought from their countries. So we have some cookies, some drinks, some pastry that you can taste while you are maybe asking for the initiatives that they are maybe carrying out or they are in their minds. So it's a good opportunity to you to participate in a different way that maybe you are not used to.
Thank you so much. We will have a couple of moments in which you can taste local flavors, but also have the chance to exchange with our cities. So we will have one moment during the coffee break and the second one during the lunchtime, actually, by the way, after lunch. So we will let you have lunch, and then with a full belly, we will have the chance to continue this conversation in a very informal way. So we have told you a few things about us so far, but now we are very much interested in understanding something more about the audience, those ones that are here in presence today and those ones that are connected online. So I would like to ask our colleagues from the technology desk if they can switch on our Mentimeter poll. We prepared a few questions for you. We would like to ask you, as we get prepared with this, take your mobile phones and get ready to either take a picture to a QR code or to type a code. There you can see how to access this space. We will leave it just for a while so you have the chance to connect. Don't worry, the QR code and the code, the number code, will remain in each slide, so you will not get lost. So whenever you're ready here in the room, just make me a sign. Could you all access that? Okay, so maybe we can skip to the next slide. So first question. Who are you? What are you representing here today? This is very important for us to understand who we have in front of us, which is the kind of conversation we can lead on today. So I do not really see the screen, so whenever you're ready, don't worry. Whenever in the room all the people has answered, have you all answered? Are you okay? Are you done? Okay, so we can move to the next one. How much do you know about energy? Do you perceive yourself as a master commander of energy and energy poverty? You are showing up here today because you wanted to learn more? Or you feel yourself like so-and-so? Just let us know. That's super important for us. Okay. Did you all have the chance to answer? Yes? Okay, so we can move to the final one. We will have more interactive sessions all along the day. This is one of the ways we imagine together with Klemen and Fernando to keep your attention high, but also to try at least to have a little dialogue with the audience. So the third question is this one. Might sound strange that we ask you now to help us define energy poverty, but this is very important for us because it was mentioned many times by Gema, by Klemen, by Fernando. This is a concept that is much larger than what words say. So we will work all along the day in the direction of expanding the concept, understanding which are the meanings we provide to the word energy poverty, which are the interpretations we provide to that. So it's important for us to understand now, at the beginning of the conference, what is there in your minds as we talk about energy poverty, and then maybe discuss it further all along the day. Okay, then we have a few interesting words. We had empowerment, we had affordability, we had vulnerability, of course. We have just transition. We have almost everything, I would say. But we will see if we can add a few more all along the day. So I will leave you just a few more minutes to answer. You can, I think, add as many keywords as you want. It was left open just to, let your creativity spread. I will ask Fernando and Klemen to leave us, but they will join us later on. We can, I think, move forward with the activities we imagined for you this morning. We will have now a Spanish-speaking session I will invite on the floor in a minute the lecturers, the speakers. Actually, what we will do with this first session will be to start enlarge the framework and the picture and to move to the national level. So we will discuss about how the topic of energy efficiency and energy poverty has been explored and organized in policies, in actions at Spanish level. And it's with great pleasure that I invite here on the stage Jorge Hernández Villarreal, which is advisory member of the Cabinet of the Secretary of State for Energy here in Spain, and Ángel Fernández, who is the General Manager of EMSV in Getafe. Please come. Y pasamos al español. Y vamos a ver qué pasa.
So now we're switching into English, so into Spanish, sorry.
Translation for that, so that we will try to accommodate and make everybody feel comfortable in this. Venga, vamos, bienvenidos.
So welcome, it is a pleasure to have you both here. Fernando and I thought that this discussion could tackle interesting topics at the national level, policies, measures, and how energy efficiency and energy poverty is tackled at a national way. But it was also interesting for us to include the local perspective into this discussion. So that's why we have also invited the agency that has made these measures from URBACT and from the Intelligent Unit for Energy Poverty, that they had made this into a reality. So we want to understand what you're doing and also add some aspects related to energy poverty. So first question has to do with households, because households are more than the roof that we have over our heads. Gema was mentioning before that it is not only about being hot during summer or warm during winter, or cold during winter, sorry. There are many dimensions that are cross-cutting and that we need to tackle if we want to cope with energy efficiency. Maybe we can see different things that a household needs to have, an apartment needs to have in order to provide a better quality environment, but also we need to focus on people and their needs and their problems. I will start with Jorge and then I will ask the same question to Ángel. Hello everyone. For you that you don't know, the competences related to energy in Spain is that the ministry plans the long-term policy and strategy, and at the local level municipalities have their competencies when it comes to social services and support. So the concept of energy poverty and energy efficiency tackles two different realities. At the national level, we manage the electricity generation, and from 2019 onwards, we created the social bonus, which was the first state intervention, and we have evolved since. We have approved the second strategy this year, for example. And also at the European level, different directives and regulations have been approved in this sense. Finally, the Energy Efficiency Directive passed in 2023 set a clear objective for energy saving in vulnerable households. 12.35% of our households are considered as vulnerable households, and these data come from the PNIEC. how do we make that a consumer becomes more efficient? If we look at net energy savings, you will never have savings when it comes to kilowatts. However, their lives can be significantly improved. Obviously, if they switch off the heating because they do not have money to pay the electricity bills, they are going to become more efficient. However, they are going to face other health problems, which is what we are seeing today, the intersection between these two dimensions. And that is why we have considered this in the strategy that we have approved this year. It is not only about people consuming sufficient energy for them to have enough comfort, but also for them to consume renewable energies that do not come from fossil fuels or carbon-based energies. It is very important for us to find this hidden energy poverty, these consumers that are not consuming what they should. And that is why we need to provide them with social support thanks to this social bonus, and also with a strategy that tackles the refurbishment of buildings. If your apartment is well built, you will need less consumption, less energy to be comfortable when it comes to temperature. We also need to take into account the gender-based perspective. Women spend more time at home because they are the ones that are devoted to the care of the family. That is why we need to tackle this gender-based dimension. And in the last strategy, we already tackled the summer energy poverty, because the countries within this, the south of Europe were already aware of this reality. However, nowadays the Nordic countries are experiencing these heat waves as well. I think last week a French delegation visited Spain in order to see how we in Spain tackle these heat waves, because despite the heat wave, we are still running. Everything, all businesses are still running. So they wanted to see how we did. Well, Chiara, you asked us about this double-fold dimension, apartment or building, and subjective dimensions for citizens. When talking about refurbishment of buildings, we do not only need to tackle the physical features of buildings, but also the conditions of people. And in doing so, we are getting up one layer up. And that is when we talk about energy poverty. Is energy poverty energy refurbishment or energy renovation? No, they do not mean the same, but they follow more or less the same pathway. Just as an example, in the National Energy Poverty 2026-2030 that was approved by the government of Spain some weeks ago, we can find the word refurbishment 49 times. However, the word health is mentioned 51 times in that same document of national energy poverty. So this text mentions both refurbishment and health. We're talking about the physical phenomenon of the construction itself, or of bettering the physical conditions of the buildings, but we're also talking about health. And this goes in line with what we understood from the beginning. We do not only need to talk about the building, but also about people. People are important. It is important to take into account their habits. Some people do not consume because they do not want to spend too much money they only use the heating at certain points and they adapt themselves. But that has an impact on their health. We have people that do not live in adequate conditions so that their children can study at night or during the afternoon, and that has an impact on education. The conditions of buildings can also have an impact on women, because on many households, women are the ones cleaning the house and taking care of the house. However, they do not turn the heating on, and they spend the whole day being cold. So there are many dimensions that are usually not attached to the building itself, but that are important, and that is why we understood that we needed to tackle the personal circumstances of each household, because energy poverty is not going to be the same for a household of 6 people as compared to a household of only 2 people. Energy poverty is not the same in a 50 square meter house as compared to a 100 square meter house, because in a big house there can be rooms that are not used. So all these realities had to be integrated in the perspective. I have always learned that the first thing you need to say it first. You don't need to wait for the question. That is why I'm going to make the most of this intervention to express my gratitude to the European Commission and to the national ministry, because they have provided cities with a voice. Energy poverty is a problem that cities are facing. It's a problem that needs a solution that is agreed upon with all the cities involved. So I would like to express all these representatives to be on our side, on the side of the cities. Thank you. You mentioned very different topics because you put on the table bricks, rocks, environment, people, topics, percentages. So in order to develop a comprehensive policy that integrates all these dimensions, we need to change the way we work. We need to bring closer different departments, different work methodologies. How can we do this? Well, when it comes to energy, the situation has changed a lot in the last 30 years. In 1998, the electricity market became free trade. So nowadays the market is free and there are many actors playing their stake. Public administrations are becoming more and more important as coordinators. So the way we communicate between the different levels has to change as well. At the energy level, we coordinate with regions in sectorial meetings that were held from time to time. However, we were not in touch with the local level. And that is one of the things that we improved as compared to the last strategy. Actually, one of the measures that has been integrated in this new national strategy is to improve this coordination between the different levels. In order to do so, we have seen that it is necessary to bring together all people that have competencies in energy in order for them to work on the same place. That is why we're currently calling in the meeting for regions and municipalities. we are creating a body that will study energy poverty in Spain in order to integrate regions and cities in the same strategy. We have also seen over the last year when we were drafting the strategy, as Ángel mentioned before, that energy poverty is worked on a local level. To draft the strategy, we had 2 sessions, one in Toledo and one in Barcelona, in order to listen to all voices coming from vulnerable households. And we plan to do so twice a year in the following years. We visited one city in the center of Spain and one city in the coastline. So probably next sessions will take place in different regions in order to understand the view of the citizen, of the region, and of the state. Because at the energy level, we didn't have this before. However, we have already started to work on this, but we have a long way to go. Cross-cutting perspective is one of the key elements to facing energy poverty. The cross-cutting perspective, not only between different administrations or different layers within the society, but also within each one of those administrations. We say that if we want to be considered as a 21st century administration, as an innovative administration, not because we want to be the winners, but because our citizens are demanding us to be innovative. We can no longer be the 19th century administration that provides a solution when a problem has been generated. No, we need to anticipate tomorrow's problems so that we can start working on solutions today. Of course, we need to work on nowadays problems, but we need to anticipate the future ones. So I would like to congratulate Trikala, Pomorie, Etterbeek, and Maia for being innovative and for being brave. Because in the administration world, either local, regional, or national, being innovative means being brave. So I would like to congratulate you because you are an example. In Europe, there are not many cities that are willing to face this energy problem. I think the seed they are planting is very important to tackle this energy poverty. And within this cross-cutting perspective, we realized that energy poverty is not only a problem that is related to social services. It is a problem that comes along with health, with education, with social services, with the elderly, with gender-based policies. It is a problem that comes along with all the different areas under the umbrella of the local municipalities. We need to stop working in silos. We need to be able to coordinate with each other, to be involved with each other, to collaborate in projects that are not only the competence of social services. Because if we think that energy poverty is only a problem that social services need to tackle, we're making a mistake. Energy poverty, the term itself can be considered as a wrong translation, because if you ask somebody, are you an energy poverty person? Probably nobody will say yes. We need to use different terms as well. In our national strategy, we mention healthy households. In the strategy, we also mention that energy poverty refers to energy, which is a right linked to humanity and health. It is not only about energy consumption or energy cost. Of course, energy poverty is related to money, but it is also related to many other things. So if we integrate all the local departments and secretaries, we will be able to face energy poverty. Thank you very much. I'm gonna ask an additional question about the topic of coordinating different departments. Ángel, you said we need to stop working in silos, which is common in every town hall, in small, medium-sized or large cities and towns. But also at the national level, we have different offices, different departments, different ministries. So can you discuss a little bit more about this, because you were talking about meetings that are bringing together 50, 100 people. So who should we invite to our table? I have been working in the Secretariat of State for 3.5 years already, and I have seen how the composition of people working on energy poverty and energy transition has changed. We started adopting measures so that energy cost would not increase, because that was our competence. However, when that problem was not that severe anymore, then we integrated the health department, social services, the Institute for the Youth, so many parts of the central administration that we didn't have a relationship before. However, nowadays, we have this relationship, for example, also with the Ministry for Housing. This is like companies that have different relationship with other partners. So the housing ministry has to be involved in order to construct better houses, also social services, so that the subsidies reach those that need it. So we have actually seen that it is key to integrate in all these people, because in the department I used to work, most of us were engineers. However, we now have experts in environment, we have experts in law, so the working teams have extended with different profiles, even within the same department. So I have seen this change, and I think this is also a generational change when it comes to the evolution of the civil servants at the national level. Ángel, what silos are we gonna break? Well, there is something that I would like to highlight. There is one thing that we consider as key, which is that we have been able to manage after these projects to tackle energy poverty using the tools that were developed within those projects. One of those tools was the Office of Healthy Household, which is a one-stop shop. Its content has been enriched as we have evolved our strategy, because we realized that we needed to act on the building itself, but also to get to know the personal circumstances of household in order to tackle them, and that we needed to work on the energy production. And how can we do that? Because we do not have an energy marketer, we don't have an energy company. So we could work on this, creating energy communities, generating production in favor of those who need it most. Because when we talk about energy poverty, we're not only talking about extreme vulnerability. We're not only talking about vulnerability, we're also talking about people that are exposed to the risk of vulnerability. So the social sector, the social population that we need to tackle is greater, is larger. So we needed to work on consumption, on habits, on personal circumstances, and on production. The Office for Healthy Households in Getafe is expanding their targets, their competencies. It is like a living being that is growing, and maybe eventually it will transform. But so far it has grown and has found new pathways, new solutions, new utilities for our neighbors. Because what we do is to challenge what we do. We ask ourselves whether what we're doing is useful for the city, for the citizens. Because if it's not useful, we need to find another pathway, because that's what really matters, that we make ourselves useful for our citizens. I would like to take this opportunity to ask the European representatives that are on the other side of the cameras, and to ask our national authorities for more funds. One of the things that I was told in my very first meeting so many years ago, when I was in touch with a regional or national association, is that local municipalities need to ask for more funds. So I'm telling you, we need more money so that these offices can continue, because they are a key element. Without those offices, without them being in contact with our citizens, we won't be able to do anything at all. Well, you're spoiling my next question, but don't worry, you can go on. Yes, based on our experience at the country level, is that everything you tell is present in all the cities that had these kind of offices. We have seen this in Barcelona, in the Basque Country, in Galicia. So every time we have seen offices, local offices, that helps citizens to manage bills, to manage energy efficiency, we have seen this a reality, and that is why we have adopted this as a measure within our national strategy. We think the funding is key. That is why we are launching new funding for the Actua network that also has a training dimension. In the public consultation for energy efficiency, both regional and local associations were asking for funding in order to train their technicians, their social technicians, with new energy knowledge that enables them to provide a better support. So we see financing and funds as a key element. In the core of our strategy, we have the network Actua that will continue financing offices, those existing offices, and to create new ones. So don't worry that funds will reach you. Thank you. And yes, it is important to...
More time. I have another question, and you won't escape my question. But if you want to add anything... Well, I just wanted to mention something here, because I think that the ministry is very interested in this, and Jorge has mentioned this to me on several occasions. We need to be able to innovate, to tackle energy poverty, because the main characteristic is that it is hidden. We know the data, we know the percentages, but we don't know the names, surnames of these people. We cannot put a face to this energy poverty. It's basic to have data. And having artificial intelligence working on this data is basic. Having authorities, European authorities, national authorities working together with local municipalities is key, because in terms of data processing, it can be a quite complex topic. So we need to identify people in order to apply the best measures for each person. We cannot just have a general aid for households renovation. That's not enough, because we may be expending more or less than we should. So we need to do it right. So I just wanted to mention that having data, identifying the people behind this problem is very useful, because that will prevent us from making this energy poverty a chronic problem, because avoiding that means saving a lot of money. We need to generate strategies linked to renovation strategies. Urban agendas are key for any city. Programs related to energy poverty are key, and I think that we need to talk about this whenever we talk about energy poverty, because energy poverty goes beyond social services, goes beyond housing problems. We need to link it with the neighborhoods. We tackle three different aspects: housing, neighborhood, and building. We think that this three-dimensional approach is basic. I think that's very interesting, what you said, managing data, combining data, because data are sometimes built in silos too, and sometimes they do not always talk among each other, and they are not always combined. So I think that you mentioned something very important, because privacy is also important, privacy of people. So we need to have all of the information that we can, but we cannot access all data because it can be illegal. So when we talk about cities and combining data, as you were saying, Jorge, before, we need to have people that know how to work with data, that know how to shape data and make this data useful for people governing the cities. Now I'd like to move to my last question, and now I'm going to ask you to change your perspective, because we've been talking about the topic in general, how this can be managed at a national level, at a local level, what are the problems we are having, the departments we want to get involved. But what happens when we stand on the shoes of the other people, of the citizen? Ángel was saying before that there is a specific office for this. Jorge, you've also mentioned that in other cities in Spain, they are also having these one-stop shops in which you can have access to different type of information. How do you do that? I mean, Getafe has been testing this service for many years, but let's think that I'm a user and I want to ask, I have some questions, I go to your offices, what do I do? One of the things that vulnerable consumers told us and I'm sure that we'll hear similar things afterwards. So what they said to us is that it's not just having subsidies or aids, it's not just having monetary aids or subsidies, is the fact that these subsidies are that people can reach easily these subsidies. This is what's happening with the social bonus, the social subsidy, with renovation subsidies that we offer. Sometimes people cannot reach or do not know how to access these subsidies. So these one-stop shops are the places to which people can come in order to know how to access the renovation aids, social subsidies, social bonus. I'm very familiar with the case with Barcelona, the experience of Barcelona. So what they did first was I think they started working in 3 very vulnerable neighborhoods, and they started training people coming from situations of vulnerability, unemployed people, and they were trained in the social field and also in the technical field in order to know how the social bonus was being managed, how to read the electricity bill, and first of all, they were giving jobs to people that were unemployed and that were vulnerable. They gave them some qualification, a qualified job, and these were people that could empathize and that were familiar with people asking these questions, with these vulnerable consumers. They started doing this in 2015. They started growing, and they went from having small offices in their headquarters to building offices and structures based on this service. And this is the case of Barcelona, which I'm familiar with. I don't know how you've done it in Getafe. Well, so focusing on our Healthy Households office, this is an office that is important, especially to help, to support citizens. So it's an office in which we help citizens and we orientate or guide them. We just don't tell them, okay, you need to apply for a social bonus. We do that with them. And also we monitor these cases in order to see the impact that the social bonus has had on these people. Also, we monitor them and we help them in order to see whether they need renovation in their households. We do that with them. This is an office in which we explain citizens that they can participate in workshops for energy supply contracting, for appliances, better and more efficient supply appliances. Of course, we are not talking about many things that could be important too, but we are talking about a lot of things. I mean, it's just not a green office, an energy-related office. It's an office that works together with citizens and helps citizens in many different ways. Even sometimes we are not trained for all of the things that our citizens need, but we try to help them anyway. This is an office that builds trust between citizens and administrations, because sometimes there is a lack of trust between citizens and administrations, and we try to build that. Being able, after participating in a project such as URBACT, we've been able to, of course, get familiar with other cities, learn from what other cities are doing, because as Fernando has said, at first we thought that this was a network in which we were going to provide our knowledge, but in the end we've learned more than what we've been able to teach. URBACT has allowed us to start conversations with many other cities, start conversations and learn from what other cities are doing. And it has also it also gave us the opportunity to talk, to share information about our Healthy Households office. And this is a type of office and service that's interesting in other parts of Europe, and we are also interested in other offices in Europe. But these are not general offices. Not every city has offices of this type. I wish they were, but of course these are offices that use a lot of resources. And I'm going back to what I was saying before. We're going back to the funds, right? These offices are advisory offices, offices to support citizens. Of course, our office of energy communities which is called Community Transformation Offices in Europe, is not integrated in the in our Healthy Households Office. But we've been able to build energy communities in Getafe. We have here GISA, a municipality company that has created an industrial energy community, one of the first industrial energy communities, which is based here in Getafe. We've also built another energy, citizen energy office, which is different to the rural community energy communities. It's easier for them because they have these agricultural cooperatives, and based on that, they've built these rural energy communities. In the cities, it's difficult to create that. But we have an energy community that involves in many other projects that work with us, or we work with them, I don't know well, but that's what we are doing, getting involved and participating in our society, in our community. That's very interesting. We had people from the energy community here. We had a lot of people, different type of people coming from different areas, having different perspectives of life, expectations, and I think it was very interesting to see how they managed to work together. And I wanted to ask you another question in terms of this service, because as you were saying, this is an advisory, a support service. You support people throughout their pathway. You go hand in hand with them. And I wanted to ask, because I imagine that this has changed the way you're working, the way people in your organization are working. So first question, how has this changed your way of working? And question number two, who are these people talking to the neighbors, reaching them at their homes, at their households? Because Jorge was saying before, we are engineers in our office and we had this very strict mentality. And when you are dealing with people, of course, you need to have this technical knowledge, because otherwise you cannot read the documents, or you need to have some administrative knowledge. But at the same time, you need to have this capability to sympathize with other people, to communicate with them, to be able to understand the problems of other people. So who are these people talking directly to the neighbors of Getafe? Well, I'll give the floor afterwards to Jorge, but first I wanted to say that there is something key here. When we are talking about energy poverty, I mean, we cannot think that we are going to be able to do everything on our own, because we are a very small group. We need to be more of us. So what do we do? How do we do that? So in Spain, or in Spanish, we use the word derivatives, like facilitators, so to speak. We've trained a lot of people, a lot of our NGOs that are working together with different groups of people so that they can be facilitators for our office, and they can get us in contact with people needing our services. Of course, we could go door after door, knocking on doors in order to get to know our neighbors. So these facilitators or referees have been very important to us. I can give you some data. When we started working with the Healthy Households Office, most people coming had been referred from social services. Currently, the percentage of people coming to our offices from social services is very small. Normally, they come because somebody else has recommended them to come to our office. Because we do not just have a single office. We have different neighborhoods in Getafe. Within each neighborhood, we have some hubs or some social centers in which people can go there, can gather, some activities take place. We are also present there. we go to these centers, to these hubs, to these leisure places in order to approach our citizens. And I think that's key. It's important to be nearby citizens, but also having networks that can refer your offices, youth networks, women's networks, elderly networks, not just social services networks. As for my experience in this area, it's quite limited, but I wanted to mention that at the national level, we are using a very similar concept for the renovation projects, renovation subsidies. We are going to launch a pilot project in which we've used as intermediaries local authorities, NGOs, the third sector in general. We're going to use them as intermediaries in order to offer renovation to vulnerable consumers. And this is very helpful because these entities are the beneficiaries of these aids, of these subsidiaries, not the vulnerable consumer themselves. So we avoid problems in terms of taxes. Verification is easier because they already have working teams which are used to managing these projects. So for us, management is more efficient. Management is more efficient for them too. And vulnerable consumers are reached more easily because they are already in contact with these intermediaries. And maybe for our perspective, they wouldn't be considered as vulnerable consumers, but they are, and they've been able to access these subsidies thanks to these intermediaries. So this concept that has been used in Getafe, we've done it the other way in order to be able to channel the subsidies, or we will continue to do so. So cities can teach us also at different levels too. Well, we have a few minutes before break. I don't know if there are questions from our audience. I think Fernando has a question, so I'm going to give him the floor. Well, you started. I didn't want to talk. It was my fault. Don't worry. Well, this is an event for cities, made for cities and targeted to cities. Whenever we have meetings with national authorities, we always ask for things, money, resources, funds, plans. We like participating in those events in which you ask for the opinion of cities so that there is a bottom-up approach. And I've never seen national authorities asking things to cities, asking some services or resources that we may have and that we have not provided to the national authorities. Do you need anything? Do you need anything that we can provide you? Things that are difficult for you to achieve or that it could be useful for you in order to move forward? Well, this is going to be very specific and very technical, what I'm going to say next, because this is something that I've thought in many occasions. Do you have data that you have and we don't, and we will never have? So I think that channeling needs through working groups will be easier working with local authorities. But it would be very useful for us to have supply data from consumers, especially vulnerable consumers, which we know is forbidden, but sometimes the regulation is not complied with. These data for us are invisible because local entities and provinces receive this type of data, and we haven't been able to get specific data on power cuts specifically. So this year, up to 31st of December 2026, power cuts are forbidden due to war in Ukraine, in Gaza, now in Iran. So this will take place until the 31st of December, and we are lacking data in order to shape models which guide us on the policies that we will have to build from onwards, from next year. So if local entities, provinces or city councils have this type of information, power cuts, that would be very helpful for us. This is just an example that crossed my mind. Well, we've talked about many different things, many different topics. We've talked about data, but also relationship with people, competencies, capabilities, how different departments are interlinked, and I think that we will continue talking about these issues throughout the rest of the day. Also, we'll have a participation of cities, more participations after the break, and I just want to say thank you. This has been very interesting. Now I'm going to switch into English, but thank you very much.
Thanks so much to our speakers now, to Ángel and Jorge. It's now time to start to know our cities. So as you can see, we prepared the city marketplace, what Fernando was mentioning before. We have approximately half an hour. We're a bit ahead of schedule, but I would keep this time. It's a little treasure, so we can manage that all along the day. So take your time to grab a cup of coffee, but mostly take your time to have a look at the posters and to start speaking to the people. We will let you know when we start again. Thanks a lot. I hope you enjoyed the break. So before the break, we were a bit exploring the national level. What's happening in Spain, and in which way what's happening in Spain is influencing, I would say, coming and going what's happening here in Getafe. And we now open our session that is more dedicated to the European Union, to the European community, European policies and actions. We will have a hybrid session, so we will start first with a connection, and then we will continue with our guests here in the room. So I'm very happy to welcome here in our room Ms. Veronique Marx. She's working for the Directorate General for Energy, and she works in the unit for consumers, local initiatives, and just transitions. And today she will bring us a contribution about how the European Union policy on energy is focusing on secure, sustainable, and competitively priced energy, and how this is intercepting all the topic of the just transition. So welcome, Veronique. Thank you so much for being here. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do, loud and clear. So thank you so much. I would say the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning. It's still morning to everyone. Yes, I'm unfortunately speaking from Brussels, and I couldn't join you today. I hope you have very good deliberations, but I'm happy that at least I can speak to you online. And explain you a little bit of a new initiative that we have adopted not so long ago, which is called the Citizens Energy Package, and which is very much linked to many of the topics that I think that you are discussing over the next days. Because basically what we are looking at, and mainly our topic in the unit that I'm working with is energy consumers, but we are very much interested in cities and the local level, because we believe that the energy transition can only succeed if citizens, they can see and they can feel the benefit of this transition in their daily lives. We know that for many Europeans, they ask themselves the questions which are very practical. You know, I don't understand my energy bill, it's so complex and it's so high, so what can I do to have to pay less money? How can I compare all the energy offers that are on the market? How do I know what I need, and how do I understand what the suppliers can offer to me? How can I join an energy community? Or among the most vulnerable of us, there is clearly a fear of being disconnected if we cannot pay our energy bills. And so, of course, the question comes, what support is actually available if I'm facing this situation? This is why we developed the Citizens Energy Package communication, which was adopted on the 10th of March, and which tries to help answer all these questions that you can see on the screen. The objective is to really ensure that the citizens, they are not just passive recipients of the energy transition, but that they can be active and really benefit from it. And here it's also where the link to all of you come in, because we do believe that the role of local and regional authorities are very important partners in this objective and in this transition, because they're often the closest to the citizens on the ground, and they are well placed to translate European policies and national policies into real solutions on the ground that respond to local solutions. So let me please prioritize here, explain you the three main priorities of this communication and the work that we do. So one is empowering the citizens to reduce their energy costs, because in the end, of course, what we need to pay, it dictates a lot of how we can live. So if we have to pay a lot of our income to the energy costs and to housing, of course, we have to reduce those costs on other important aspects of our life. And here, of course, the most affordable energy is still the one that you don't need to consume, which means that we have to support a lot on energy efficiency and making sure that we use our energy much more efficiently. Across Europe, many cities and regions, they are helping their citizens to access support to renovation, to have advice for energy use and energy consumption, but also to help them with local financing solutions through agencies, for example, or one-stop shops, or really targeted outreach programs. And the Commission is very committed to supporting these efforts. We have a number of EU-funded initiatives, and some of those initiatives I know that you are discussing in the next hours. They really have demonstrated the value added of local leadership and people engaged in this. And the Citizens' Energy Package builds on these experiences, and we want to expand these experiences to be able to scale them up, but also to widen them across the EU. Empowering citizens also means enabling them to benefit from the increasing electrification of our energy system and to be relying less on the fossil fuels. The electrification, as we know, reduces the reliance on the fossil fuels, so our dependence also on imports from abroad. It can improve the energy efficiency, but also strengthen Europe's energy security. This is why the Commission is now working on an electrification action plan, which will be adopted in the next days, and which will help create the conditions for faster uptake of the clean electric solution and ensure that the consumers can all benefit from it. So please watch this space. In the next days, the European Commission will publish this electrification action plan. A second priority is accelerating the development of energy communities, because we want to really support the potential of energy communities by tackling still the legal and administrative barriers and obstacles that they face. There's a lot of sometimes administrative complexity to set up an energy community, or also sometimes to join one. There is limited access to finance and sometimes also a lack of technical expertise. This is why the Commission, we adopted an Energy Communities Action Plan with specific actions on how we can tackle these obstacles. And our priority really is about ensuring that the rights and opportunities that are in the EU legal translates really into the practical opportunities on the ground. This is also why the Commission has launched an initiative which is called the Citizens Energy Advisory Hub. I really advise you to look at the website that they have or get in contact with us so that we can put you in contact with them. They produce a lot of technical support, so there's technical support to local actors, citizens groups and energy communities. They develop information advice, kind of engagement with citizens, so citizens panels for local authorities, for example. I really advise you to look into what they offer. And then I come to a third priority, which is the protection of the vulnerable consumers and, of course, the fight against energy poverty. Because the recent energy crisis has reminded us again that unfortunately in the energy transition, not everyone is benefiting, but we must make sure that this transition is fair and inclusive and that everyone has access to affordable energy. Citizens facing energy poverty must be supported, and no region or community should be really left behind in this transition. They should all receive the support. And here also, again, the role of local and regional authorities is very important because they're often really the first public actors that can help identify the households that struggle to meet their energy needs and to pay their energy bills. The authorities often understand the local circumstances and can connect energy measures with the housing, with the social services, and with the broader community support. The Commission is supporting all these efforts through initiatives, for example, the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub, which you might know, which helps public authorities to develop strategies and practical solutions to address energy poverty. We have also recently adopted a recommendation on how to protect citizens from being disconnected from their electricity or gas supply, as well as a recommendation to authorities, so national authorities and local authorities, on how they can protect vulnerable consumers during the gas phase-out, so during the phase-out of the natural gas, to make also sure that the people that cannot afford to switch to electrified solution and they are left behind on the gas network don't face disproportionate costs and complications. And one of these challenges is also clearly about the quality of the information available to citizens. During the recent crisis, many households were confronted with very complex messages and contradictory messages sometimes about the energy prices and their bills, and many consumers and citizens didn't really understand what they could be doing to reduce their consumption. And it's also here where the role of local authorities and energy agencies, but also community organizations, can play a really important role to help citizens access reliable information and understand all the support that is available to them. I'm soon coming to an end of my presentation, but I also wanted to inform you of an event that we will be organizing on the 1st of October in Brussels. It's the Citizens Energy Forum, and we invite everyone to apply to come and join us in Brussels for this. It will bring together citizens, local authorities, energy communities, or organizations linked to energy, consumer organizations, but also policymakers, to exchange the experiences, discuss the implementation challenges linked to a fair and just transition, and to identify the solutions together. I will share through Fernando or the colleagues more information in case you're interested to join us in Brussels. And I look forward to seeing you hopefully in person then. But also I wish you still very good deliberations today and a very interesting meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Veronique. Thanks a lot for your presentation. We will do our best to join you in October, I think. I don't know if there's some question for Veronique from the audience. Otherwise, we might also collect some questions for you and send them to you. So I'm sure that we will find a way to bring them to your attention. As we say goodbye to Veronique, thanks a lot for your intervention. I will ask.
Thank you.
I would continue this conversation about energy and the European framework, and I will ask Teofil Gherca, which is the program director of URBACT, and Irina Rotaru, which is the project officer of the EmPowerIngUs network, to join us on the stage. It is so interesting for us to have you here this morning, on the one side because it is the closing of the work we did with the network, but then on the other side it is extremely interesting, as we did before with, on the relationship between the city and the national framework, then understanding what happens when it comes to the relationship between the program and the European policy, but also, so I would say, going up and going down in the scales in this exploration about, on the one side, what the program foresees in terms of energy, and on the other side, how we can comment on the development of the local network. I would leave you the stage, and then we will, together with Klemen, we will support you. What's the problem? Is there noise? Okay. Together with Klemen, we will support you if there are questions from the audience, so just feel free to ask. I think it's Teofil starting, yes. Correct? The floor is yours. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Chiara, and also I'm very happy to be here. Closer, okay. Very happy to be here for this closure event of EmPowerIngUs. Very often at the program level, we are trapped in our administrative procedures and we don't have opportunity to meet projects. You're sure about the sound? Because it's a bit weird. I will take this one.
This one.
Yes.
Clicker here to use for the slides.
Okay. So how sounds okay. So I was saying that I'm very happy to be here to witness the results of this project. I don't have so much often the opportunity to join our project partners, so this is why I'm happy to be together with you. And of course also I'd like to thank you, EMSV management, Fernando, for taking the lead on this project with support of Klemen on a very difficult topic, I would say. Of course, it's high on the political agenda, this energy poverty, and also the fact that the other 4 cities dare to work on this within a framework of territorial cooperation programs. I think it's very, very important that you have done this journey, and I hope that in all your city you manage to progress, and you are going to continue this in the next period. Our intervention will be a little bit, so first, why cities are important. So why cities should work on this, why also territorial cooperation can be a good tool to work even on a very technical topic as energy. And then Irina will speak a little bit about the topic energy, and then we'll try to get some interactive discussion with you. So then I will start with the first intervention topic. So I will touch the 3 points about the cities, territorial cooperation, how URBACT is doing this, supporting territorial cooperation, and then because we are in Spain, how Spanish cities are taking opportunity offered by the program, and then Irina will continue with the last 2 points on energy, but also with the interactive discussion. So just a few information about the importance of cities in the world, because there is an important shift that we can see at the world level. So because the urban population has really increased constantly in the last decades. So now we see that more than 75% of the population lives in cities and towns. You see here the graph, which is red and yellow, with people living in towns, and how this has increased in the last decades. And then, meaning that all the important challenges has to be addressed at this level within cities. And some information about the last UN World Urbanization Prospects published last year. What are the most important trends and challenges? And we can see that there is a movement to have very big cities in the world. And Europe is outside of this, let's say, ranking, because in Europe we have more small and medium-sized cities organized in a very polycentric way. So this has an impact on how we are working at local level. And then some other information about those important trends. But I think the important message here is that this urbanization, if it's not accompanied by very good policies and intervention at local level, can lead to important inequalities and trigger even underdevelopment. So this is very important that this movement is accompanied by very efficient measures at national and local level to support cities in this period. And then if we see what are the trends at world level, we see that in Europe we're a bit different from the rest of the continents. Because as I mentioned, we have a very dense network of cities. We have around 8,000 cities and towns in Europe. Most of them, they are small and medium-sized cities. We have already the majority of population, of course, lives in cities in Europe. And then we see how important cities are when we speak about delivering European objectives, working on competitiveness and energy transition, digital transition, climate changes. Also, cities are implementing more than 70% of the EU legislation. So it's really, cities are the right player and stakeholder to be involved in delivering all those objectives. And then I will put an emphasis on some particularities of our continent when speaking about cities. We have a network of cities which is polycentric. So we have very an important number of cities which are triggering development. We don't have just a big metropolis and big capitals, but also have small and medium-sized capital regions which are playing an important role. Second, perhaps compare with other continents, in European cities we have a very good quality of life and they are very attractive. It's not the case in on other continents. Then also we have a European mode of urban governance. Of course, we have different legislation and practice in Europe, but I think there is a way that we can say there is a way to manage a European city. And this is what URBACT has promoted in the last 20 years about this integrated and participative urban governance. And then my conclusion is that for Europe, cities are a key strategic asset that should be strengthened and better valorized. And I think the European Union understood this issue, and this is why, at least for this programming financial period in the last 5 years, we have a lot of EU funds and initiatives addressing cities in order to support them to deliver on different European objectives. And one of the particularity, I think, of Europe is also that we have territorial cooperation. So those cities are cooperating between themselves, which also it's quite particular. You don't see it on other continents, this density of the cooperation between cities. And it's also this cooperation brings something to the European project, because in fact, this is how we build Europe. Very often we see that between the national governments, there are conflicts or different opinions how Europe should evolve. But you don't see this between the Europeans, this cooperation. I think it's quite important element that we try to support with the program. I was already mentioned that this importance of cities has been seen by the European Union, and this is why in this financial programming period from 2021 to 2027, we have more than 100 billion of EU that has been addressed to cities. And then also different programs, initiatives, perhaps you have already been financed by some of them. I mentioned just a few of them. For EU funded the UI, URBACT, EU initiatives, mainly those are for sectoral policies, which are important for the European objectives. And then, of course, also we need to think what will happen in the future, because those funds are to be used until the next 1 or 2 years. We are going to have a new financial programming period where the place of cities is not yet fully clarified. So I think it's an important message that everyone at national and local level should be part of those negotiations and of the preparation of the national regional partnership plans, really to still keep an important role and place for cities in the next 7 years when speak about EU funds. So now I would like to speak about the territorial cooperation, why you think it's important. And then I want to present you a nice map, which is taken from a study. This team of researchers, they have analyzed the cooperation in Europe in the last 20 years, from 20 until 2020. And then they have analyzed the projects implemented in URBACT and Interreg Europe. It's another Interreg program. Perhaps some of you know this program also. And they tried to see who is benefiting more about this cooperation. And then this is a map of Europe with cities which are part of those cooperation projects. And if you are more in the center of the map and you have a bigger circle, you have more partners and you are in more projects. And we can see that we have in the center, I don't know if you see, but you have regional capitals. We don't have national capitals. You have Lyon, Turin, different cities. And I think it's also important to see how spread is this cooperation between cities. And then there was a specific, let's say, conclusion about why is specific this URBACT cooperation because we have other programs which are supporting cooperation. And then the conclusion of the research was that URBACT cities seem to be a united community where exchanges and expertise overtake projects and information circulates easily through the entire network. And I hope that also you managed to have this experience during your project, and if not, then we'll see with Klemen why and Fernando, but I'm sure that you managed also to see what is the added value of this type of cooperation. And from the same study, so the different cities on the left which took part in those hundreds of cooperation networks, and then on the right you see that the connections between two cities in fact, last longer than the project. And then if the line is more to red, they have more than 1, 2, 5 projects with the same city cooperating for the several generation of programs. And it's important to see, in fact, that this is how Europe is made, in fact. It's, you are more cooperating perhaps with another city, another part of Europe than with your own city neighborhood in your country. And then this is a little bit who is benefiting more from this cooperation. As I mentioned, it's mainly the regional capitals and medium-sized cities. Also, as regards the size of the city, it's more cities below 1 million, so between 200 and 500, which are more benefiting and leading this cooperation in Europe. And on what subjects? So this were the subjects up to 2020, let's say, but it's quite a wide list of subjects. Of course, this is all the time changing, depending on the priorities of cities, but also of what Europe wish to finance. And then in my next slides, we'll see why this is working, why this territorial cooperation, there is an added value and interest from cities to participate in those projects. And then, of course, I will speak about our program, URBACT. Those of you which are partners in the Empowering Us, you know perhaps most of the information regarding the program. What is important that for this generation, we have increased the geographical area. So now we are working with 46 countries, including the partner states from pre-accession countries, from the Western Balkans, Ukraine and Moldova. We still have 3 strands of the program. So we have the networks, which is the main result of the program, the network of cities, but which is complemented with capacity building for the cities which are part of those networks, and knowledge and communication. Mainly based on the project results, we are trying to develop other products to be proposed to other cities which are not part of the program. And then this is working because of this methodology that we have tried to implement and to improve during the last 20 years, this URBACT method, which is first, it's a bottom-up, so the city decides on the topic of their network. It's important, I think. Of course, we need to contribute to the EU objectives, but also it's also essential to leave cities to decide what is important for them to cooperate with other peer cities in Europe. Of course, there is a high flexibility in the organization of activities, of the outputs, but in order to have an added value of the cooperation and to have results, we have also a methodological framework that we need to follow. And then with the support of the lead expert, I think this is well embedded in the project activities. And then with the capacity building, we are trying to support, of course, staff which are involved in this project to deliver on the results. A few information about the 3 strands of the program. I will not insist too much. And then perhaps I think my last slide will be on the 4 type of networks that we have implemented during this programming period in the URBACT IV. The action planning network, which are more on planning, let's say, and then we have a transfer network. One was on innovation, which was the case also for the Empowering Us. Another case, we have a transfer network for good practices, which we have been collected from across Europe. And then we have the last batch of networks, which are more on action, on implementation. And this was the subject for the last call that we have organized this year. And then we're going to have other new networks which will be approved in the future. So I think now I will give the floor to Irina. Ah, no, it's still me. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So some slides about how Spanish cities benefit from URBACT. I think, we said with Irina that it will be important perhaps also to see how present are Spanish in our networks. This is only for the current programming period of URBACT IV. So we have 54 Spanish participation in the program. So almost 10% of all partners in the program are coming from Spain, and they are involved in 51 projects. Knowing that, we have ongoing 65 projects, so in 51 we have Spanish participation. And then from this, we have 5 lead partners, including, of course, Getafe, project partners, of course, the rest. Then if we look at European level, you see that Spain is the first place, so the highest number of participating partners from Spain, followed by Portugal and Italy, so we are quite Mediterranean, let's say, oriented. Greece, and then other countries. This is also for Spain. What is the regional distribution of partners in Spain? Perhaps we need to give to the contact point also in Spain to have this information. And then, of course, some information about the budget. It's not so important because, you know, I mean, our program don't give some high budget, but it's still interesting to know. And then this is across the three networks which had participation from Spanish cities, action planning, transfer, and innovation transfer network. And then now I really give the floor to Irina.
Okay, thank you very much. What I would like to share with you are the findings of some recent study on the green transition and climate change adaptation that has been done with the help of some experts at the end of 2022. And then I would like to invite you to an open discussion about your experience in the URBACT program, your Empowering Us experience, and what you gain from it, and what are your plans from the future. So now, related to this study, it was an expert study that was initiated by the URBACT program in order among the URBACT cities, and also with different local stakeholders and practitioners. And it involved an online survey that had around 68 exploitable results, 19 interviews with city practitioners and other stakeholders, an online workshop with selected participants, and also, of course, desk research on the different documents published on this, and also the part of legislation and so on. So the main questions were about the situation of each one of the participants. So the interest was to learn about the cities, which were their capacities, their experience, but also their challenges and their enablers. So these were the main focus points. So that's why I wanted to share with you. So the experience of the city in the green transition, as it resulted from this study, most of them are somehow at the beginning, but of course they have, in a way or another, touched the subject, but they don't have so advanced knowledge about this. So 78.4, almost 80%, they are having some experience, which is, and they are interested by this topic, so it's a very actual one. Then regarding the city's capacities, in what actions they have initiated, what they have already done. So they were more skilled regarding the technical aspects, and which were the less, let's say, the more vulnerable aspects were related to some more social aspects, and also related to health, well-being, buildings and housing. That there were some topics that are rising high interest, but in the meantime, many of the participants did not know exactly what they could do, how they could do, which are their possibilities in the field. And among the priority sectors, energy was the top one. So they put energy and education on the top of the list, and energy was the very first one. They consider that in the actual context, it's really essential to do something about it if we want to promote the green transition. So a change is needed in this sector. Regarding challenges, so I put them in the orders. The first one that was definitely the most mentioned one was the urgency, because we are having a society that it's putting a lot of pressure on us with the climate change, with the different conflicts that are at world level. So it's absolutely necessary to do something, and now. And then the complexity of the system, because there are so many things that are happening, and in the meantime, a lot of knowledge available, but cities are not necessarily aware of how to use it. And then there were the other topics like the awareness of this, because despite of the knowledge that is available, not necessarily all the citizens are aware of what is happening and what they can do in order to change for good, to change in the good sense of this. And then this part of finance, behavior change, and data. And what we, the study also wanted to see more in depth which were the enablers. So it was agreed, it was like one of the most pregnant conclusions. It was that cities' representatives were very, very much interested to exchange with their peers at different levels. So this was really essential for them, and they consider this as a big opportunity to exchange, to get inspiration from other participants, and also we somehow get reassured that there are some other people having the same problems and finding solutions, and be reassured that there is a solution, there is a possibility, and they can do it somehow to improve their situation. And then also related to this, the importance of connections at the international level, but also at the national level with their peers, and working in a collaborative way, and to have a strong vision, so to have a strong direction. So that's why it's the strong city leadership that was considered something that is essential in order to go straight forward and get the wanted results. Now I would like to ask the help of Chiara, because we have prepared some questions. What I would like to is to invite you to a very open discussion. In fact, I would, okay. So we changed the system in the last minute because we started to look up, and now we changed on the Mentimeter. So in order to join the discussion, there are 3 open questions. So you are invited to share your experience in this URBACT network. You have a code, and the first question, in a few words, how was the empowering experience for your city? So you are invited to refer to your city experience in this, from your city perspective as a participant in this network. Or if you are, let's say, a participant, you can tell. If you are not necessarily representing the city, you can tell your personal experience, but it's also always relevant for us what this network meant for you and for the city. Okay? Positive, enlightening, new ideas. Okay, so inspiring, challenging and innovative, an inner growth. Okay. Okay, fantastic, with big partnership beyond URBACT. Allowed to consider new perspectives and methodologies, challenging, interesting, fun, positive, interesting to experience the participatory approach, out of the box, great tools to get inspired, learn from success stories, and show citizens and politicians that it is possible. It was very interesting, inspiring, and innovative. Super fun as well. Supportive, different resultant out of the box. Interesting to experience the participatory approach, demanding, but it was worth it. It was very interesting, okay. Thank you for this. I will tell you that we are planning to organize also, in the closure of the network, we are also planning to have an online survey that we are going to invite you to fill in, so that to respond more with more details, more in depth, to respond to the different, to assess your experience and also provide some guidance for us, what was good, what can be improved, for helping us in designing the new program. Passing to the second question, which are your main takings away from Empowering Us? So, what you learned through it, what you consider it's really valuable for you, what you got from it. New approach to problem solution, networking and learning, the importance of data and tailored solutions, knowledge good partnership, a catalyst for transforming European knowledge into a coherent local strategy. I can work in unknown topics and environments. Need for transversal one-stop shop overview. Social innovation can increase innovation impact. Learning new tools. New ways of engaging with the citizenship. Okay. Yes, so I'm patient. I know that it's also sometimes very difficult to summarize a two-year and a half experience in just a few words, because there are many aspects, many considerations, and also many fields in which you gain something. It helps structuring our methodology. Tech can be citizen-centered, follow-up opportunities, new ways of delivering renovation services. So if I'm to summarize what you said here, it was very relevant because it helped you to have a clearer vision and also helped you with a lot of tools in terms of methodology and how to answer to your current challenges, which is in fact the objective of the URBACT program, to enable exchanges between cities in order to help them find effective solutions to their challenges. And we are going now to the third question. What is next? It is what we think at the end of each project. We have to think, so, okay, we have finished this project. It was a very meaningful, resourceful experience, but what is going to happen next? So for us, it's also important to know how you are using this experience and what are you planning to do next. So what is your city planning to do next? What are you hoping for in the future? So having in mind all this learning experience, what you can hope for in this specific context. So the answers: keeping momentum, the opportunity to implement the investment plan successfully, successful transfer of the EPUI good practice, taking action, attract the necessary funds to implement the investment plan, fully integrate the key project findings, using pitching skills to convince funders, a new way of communicating about energy transition, implementing renovation works, use data and cross databases to scale up the practice and make energy transition both climate neutral and socially inclusive. Okay, so you are planning really to use your experience, and we are also wishing you this. And we are hoping that you are going to provide us more guidance in how we can support you in order to achieve your dreams and to make real what you are wishing for your cities. Now we are ready if you have some questions for us, or if you have some comments, or if you want to raise topics that you would like to discuss more in depth.
Yeah. If nobody, I will give them time to come up with all the good questions afterwards. Teofil, you were mentioning before that the city should get involved in the preparation of the new programming period. So how best to do that? What are the key points to focus on? How to get the most for least effort, because we all know that there's an overload of programs happening and programming happening across Europe, so what to focus on?
I already mentioned, in fact, the negotiations are still ongoing between now the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council, so in order to get the final budget and the split of the budget between different priorities. But I think what is clear already is the fact that the landscape will change for cities, because at European level, there will be still some programs, initiatives, but will be more focused and streamlined. So there will be no, like today, like 50 programs, initiatives, and you have the opportunity to choose. Now this will be really quite streamlined. And then this will be at European and national level, then the governments are playing the important role. They need to do these national plans, and then there is a decision to be taken at national level, if there will be an urban chapter or not, if there is a specific finance for cities or not, because before, you know, that there was an obligation to give a specific amount for implementation of urban strategies, which is not the case anymore. So I think cities will have to have now in mind that they need to have two different strategies, one for the national money managed, one for European level. And then I think today the cities should really get in touch with their governments to discuss, to negotiate, I mean cities and regions, not only cities, but also local, to negotiate how this budget allocated from EU to the national government will be split and spent, and for what priorities, with what delivery mechanisms, how the partnership principle will be put in place. So I think, yeah, this is the right moment to get in touch with the governments and to discuss about, not to leave just a discussion between governments and Europe, between Brussels and each government, because afterwards, yeah, it will be difficult in the implementation. If you don't take into account now the view and priorities from the local level and specifically from cities, then it will be difficult to deliver, because the plan, the national plan, will be delivered based on a performance-based framework, not on the spending like it's today. So how much you spend, you certify, you get the money. No, you need to deliver on performance. You need to have policies, reforms implemented. And it's not the government alone. We see now with energy how important the cities are to deliver on the energy objectives. So this is why the government should really discuss with all the stakeholders, and specifically the region and cities, what they should put in this plan, on those plans. So this is why cities should go to governments to discuss about this now.
One more. Yes, and by the way, we will have now the session that is dedicated to cities, so we can also take the chance after the presentations, I would say, to exchange roles, and then you asking questions or having a cross conversation, but Klemen.
Just to quickly, Irina, we saw a lot of data for Spain. Is the same data also available for other countries? Is there a report that maybe other cities listening in online can get into and get this information for?
Yes, in fact, what Teofil presented was also at the level of Europe. So it was Spain in the context, the wider context of the URBACT program. So there was, the first part was only on Spanish cities, but also it was in comparison with other countries. So the idea was to, what he showed were the top countries in terms of participation in the URBACT program. And this data is, of course, available. There are regular publications on our website and also through the national contact points. If I may, I would have a question for you. For the members of the network of Empowering Us. I would be very curious if you have sought, some of the partners have sought to put also into place a kind of assessment of your work, in the sense that what you have introduced in the frame of your plan, if you included also this assessment part, some indicators in order to see how your work is impacting, which is the impact of your work and the results in terms of, let's say, energy energy, let's say, empowerment. Because I would say we are talking a lot about energy vulnerability and how you could empower people to approach this.
No? Yes. From Getafe, we have found in URBACT and in the way you are asking us how to develop a investment plan, a continuity plan, and all these upgrade activities, the tool for carrying out with this that you are asking us, if we have to prove that something has stayed in Getafe, you simply have to go through the list of upgrade activities, because there were some ideas that were maybe at the beginning of the development with in the EPIU project, then grew stronger inside the Empowering Us IT and network. And now we are clearly continuing with that, because we now, okay, we have gathered some more knowledge, but we have taken advantage of the time that you offered us to still thinking of these unsolved activities. So we are definitely having more data, we are developing more tools, improving the contact with the population. We are working together in a better way. We are empowering us, definitely.
Yeah?
Thanks for the question. Yes, in Etterbeek, so in Belgium, I think one of the main takeaways from the project is that we see much more in a clear way what are the indicators that we will use. So we started with our renovation strategy, and so now we know how much it will cost, when we have to phase the different works, and what is the social component of it. So the people that needs to be informed, the people that we have to raise awareness on the different renovations. So it really helped us understanding which are the indicators, and also to bring these indicators within larger municipal plans, for example, the climate plan that we have. So how we bring the activities that we conceived within the Empowering Us project, within the broader strategic plans. So in the longer term, it's about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and in the more immediate term, it's how many dwellings we will manage to renovate and how many inhabitants we will reach out to. So there are really two different, the medium and short and medium term, and the longer term, which is the climate impact, benefit impact of these actions.
Thanks. In the case of Pomorie, we have been renovating buildings for 10 years now in the town and trying to make them energy efficient, but through this project we have managed to get a better focus on whether these buildings, for example, used, whether people are living there throughout the year or just for holidays, how many people are living there, what is their social background, and so we're now going to focus our efforts much more efficient.
Good morning. Hello everyone. Fernando from Maia. Regarding Irina's question, I would say that the main challenge is that we put this innovation process in mainstreaming our daily basis work. In this specific case of the Empowering Us methodology, it allowed us to get what we basically pursued through the participation in this project, which is microdata, because it's very difficult to have a territorial diagnosis regarding energy poverty, because it is necessary microdata. So through this participation, especially with the orientation of Getafe about the data, we kind of mainstreamed survey and inquiry through our disadvantaged communities, through our social emergency plan that is launched each year and hadn't dimension regarding energy poverty, and now it has. So it will be very interesting how this info that is getting gathered will help several dimensions regarding this project, whether it's social dimension, energy dimension, data dimension. So for us, it will give us a boost in terms of data to tackle this problem. So it's for us, it's the main heritage from the Empowering Us. So I will thank you, not just Getafe, but all the cities. Thank you.
Hello, I am Eleni from city of Trikala, Greece. So the main challenge that we faced is regarding data, of course. For us, you know, Trikala is known to be a smart city. We have a record with big data. But a challenge that we faced was about small data and how we can connect this data to other sort of, for example, data from the community center, how we can unite different data sources and integrate it into one, so that we have an impact. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Shall we, maybe we can like flip? Flip chairs. I would officially open the session that is dedicated to each city, so perhaps there will be more questions after that. So thank you so much. By the way, thanks a lot. Vanya, please come. So as we couldn't really have that much time, we organized this session that is dedicated to cities and to what they did. Of course, there will not be the chance to go and dig deep into each detail, but we try to provide like a general overview and mostly talk about the takeaways, talk about the legacy, talk about what was already mentioned in Irina's questions about what's happening next. So we will start with the city of Pomorie, and we have Vanya Vandova that is speaking for the city, but also supported by Jorge. So the floor is yours, and I will leave you the space for that. And we will start with your presentation. You already have it. You have the
yes.
There.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Chiara. Hello, everyone. My name is Vanya, and that's my colleague, Georgi. And we are very happy to be here, to be participating in this nice event, and to be partners in this wonderful network. I can say that we have gathered a lot of knowledge during the whole process, and that's why we would like to thank our lead partner, Getafe, our other partners, our URBACT experts, and actually this project was very useful for us. And regarding the topic, what energy poverty or fighting energy poverty means to us, actually, as Georgi mentioned, Pomorie has implemented a lot of projects during the past 10 years, related to energy efficiency, and we have focused mainly on renovation of buildings, of multifamily buildings in Pomorie. So far, maybe we have refurbished around 20 large multifamily buildings, and the impact was actually very good, and the residents say that they have some reduction of energy bills and so on. But during the project, we realized that we have to focus mainly on the vulnerable groups, on the most vulnerable groups in our city and in the municipality, actually. Because in Bulgaria, the number of the vulnerable groups is very large. People have lower incomes, and there are some target groups we have identified that we want to address in our investment plan. Mainly, these are lower income people with lower income, mainly elderly groups, people from the Roma community in our city, and actually also seasonal workers, because our city is located on the Black Sea coast, and during the summer we have a lot of seasonal workers that are coming to a city, and they face the issue with the energy poverty too. So our idea is to shift from just simple infrastructure projects to projects that are very people-oriented. And the idea is to leave no vulnerable person behind during this process. And actually, it is important to find the hidden vulnerable groups, because we are still in the beginning of this, because we haven't actually found out what the percentage of these vulnerable groups actually in our city is. Actually, the idea is to combine economical fairness, social fairness, and to be focused mainly on the vulnerable groups. Okay. So we joined the project because we wanted to learn from our lead partner. and we wanted to adapt, and we want to adapt all the scales that Getafe has implemented, the housing, the building, and neighborhood scale. We would like to focus on the one-stop shop. That's the most important part for us, of course. But actually, beside that, we decided to add another scale that is very specific for us, for our territory, and that is the transport scale. Because in Pomorie, in the municipality and in the city, there are vulnerable groups that don't have access to public transport because of lower incomes, or in some settlements in the municipality, which are 14 small settlements, some citizens don't have regular access to transport because the transport is sometimes lacking or is very seldom. So that is why we decided to include this scale. And we think that energy poverty and transport poverty are actually the same thing, because the vulnerable groups that are facing energy poverty are facing transport poverty too. Yeah, that is the most important thing for us in this time. It's not just general poverty, it's a specific issue that is very important for our territory. The main goal of our strategy is improving the lives of the vulnerable energy poor people and the transport vulnerable people. And the idea is to reduce the percentage of these citizens with the implementation of the plan. We have listed some of the investments we want to add in our plan. Actually, these are the ones that require more funding. That's why we have listed them as the main actions, but we have other actions too that are also very important too, like the one-stop shop implementation and awareness raising campaign and so on. The first action we want to implement is the energy efficiency in multifamily buildings. And we have decided to include approximately 20 buildings. They are smaller buildings, and we think that when we cover them through the investment plan, we will have covered the whole city, actually. Our second action is the energy efficient transport system. We decided to purchase electric buses, electric bikes for vulnerable citizens, and charging system and so on. The third action is the energy efficient, the energy kits. And we have calculated that we would cover approximately 1,900 citizens in the city with this action. Another important investment that we plan is the establishment of around 6 energy communities in the whole city. Within the project, we have managed to improve the cooperation within our departments in the municipality. And we have a strong local, URBACT local action group that is very active, and they support us during the whole time. In the beginning of the project, we faced lack of energy data and social demographic data, actually, and the project helped us improve this and gather data not only from national authorities, but with the help of the visits, the home visits of the social workers in the municipality. We have implemented some testing actions, and we wanted to see how the one-stop shop is going to work. And actually, we had a lot of interest and participants during these actions. We have started to train the social workers to gather small data during their normal home visits, and some energy data too. As I mentioned, these are the most important goals for us: to launch the one-stop shop, to establish approximately 6 energy communities, and to keep making awareness-raising campaigns, and so on. And the main lessons learned are actually not to give up, because in the beginning we had no data, and with the help of all our stakeholders, we managed to build, I can say, quite a big data lake so far. We would like to make heat mapping of our city. That means that we are going to need more energy data. That's why we contacted our local supplier, energy supplier, and we tried to convince them to give us some internal data. But of course, because of the GDPR issues, the negotiations are still moving forward. But nevertheless, we think that we can gather data also during with other actions. We don't have to rely only on this issue. And the most important thing for us was the cooperation with the UOG group and with our local stakeholders, and they're going to keep helping us in the future with the implementation of the plan. These are the main topic I wanted to mention. Maybe my colleague Georgi would like to add something too.
1 minute.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. As you can see, we have, as my colleagues also said, we have, before the network, our starting point was a small municipality that was doing the things that every other municipality in Bulgaria was doing for energy efficiency, renovating buildings, and which was a very top-down approach in Bulgaria. And coming from a very different background, socially and politically, it was very interesting for us to get this new knowledge and to get this new approach, and it opened up for us new possibilities to work with our local community to understand better our community and the needs and the energy needs of the community, and also to we can also transfer this knowledge to other municipalities in Bulgaria, small municipalities that we actually presented this project last year at the National Association of the Bulgarian Municipalities, and we gained a lot of attention there. So we have also ambitious plans. We hope to achieve them. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We might leave the floor to, we fly from Bulgaria to Belgium, and we leave the floor to Benjamin Sornin-de-Leizat and to Fabio Barbero for a similar presentation. Just a recommendation, if you have questions for our partners, if you have, no, use that one please, Benjamin, because it works better, that one there.
If you have questions, just write them down. We will have the chance also to further discuss. So this is just, I would say, an appetizer. You can come here if you prefer. Where you feel more comfortable. Can we use both seats? You can stand, you can sit.
Hello everybody, my name is Benjamin. I'm the energy advisor for the Public Welfare Center in Etterbeek. And Fabio and I, we have been quite busy over the last 2 years. I must say it was an inspiring, enriching, but also demanding journey. A lot of brainstorming involved as well, because when we embarked on this project, we started from scratch. And then now, as you are going to see, we have a better and clearer view of what we are going to do. So Fabio, are we going to tell our story of what energy poverty means to us in Etterbeek? And maybe you can introduce yourself as well.
That's the objective, right? Yeah, we will. So my name is Fabio. I work as the coordinator of the climate plan in the municipality. So the story is why are we working why am I working on energy poverty as a climate coordinator, and why am I working with Benjamin, with architects, with other colleagues in the municipality? Because energy poverty is much more than renovating buildings. It has to be enshrined into a broader strategy. And so our strategy is the climate plan in the municipality, and it's 4 pillars. So reducing emissions, 45% of our direct emissions come from the residential sector. So it really makes sense to reduce energy use, adapt our territory to new climate and to climate change, involving citizens and making sure that everybody is involved. So it's really about tackling inequalities, improving comfort, reducing dependency on fossil fuels, and really making sure that not only do we hear people, but we also leave them space to co-construct this transition. But what's our focus?
Yeah, the thing is, within the framework of the Empowering Us project, we couldn't tackle energy poverty for every single citizen of Etterbeek. And so we had to narrow down our scope, and we decided to focus on the tenants of the municipal housing stock, which is called la régie foncière in French. And basically, most of the tenants, they pay a lower rent than they would pay in the private market.
And how many dwellings?
It involves 299 dwellings as a total, which is already quite a high number. So yes, to be honest, when we participated to the first deep dive meeting here in Getafe in November 2024, I must say we were quite perplexed with data collection, and I'm sure Fernando and Klemen remember that I kept asking questions about data collection, because this is something we were not familiar with. We also are a smaller municipality, so this is not the thing we were used to. But as time went, we realized that when it comes to designing a strategy, the use of data come in handful, can be helpful. We were also able to improve our planning and methodology thanks to being exposed to material from the Empowering Us project. And also, I will always remember Fernando saying that, you know, building trust with the citizens was one of the main objectives at the beginning of the project, or the EPIU project. And this is something that is paramount and that we want to include all the way through the development of our project.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, citizens come to us because we are the most local public body in Belgium. We are a municipality, so they have concrete problems and they knock at our door with concrete problems and they want concrete solutions. So that's why we really thought that trust and involvement of citizens was necessary beyond the technicalities of the renovations. And that led us to think, okay, what can we do beyond the technical renovations? So what are the main actions, Benjamin? What did we do?
Okay, so first of all, we were able to have our energy audit to be carried out during the duration of the EmPowerIngUs project. So basically, the City Council selected through public procurement a contractor, and this contractor actually analyzed all the EPC certificates that were available for the housing property, the public housing property, and then it helped us prioritize renovations, energy renovations. And then we focused also on selecting a contractor for the awareness raising workshops. So it's going to help tenants to learn how to use energy and water more rationally, to help them use their heating and electrical equipment better. And then this is something that is still a work in progress, but we would like to monitor their energy consumption. So we collaborate with the regional energy distributor in Brussels, so they can actually give us the consumptions of the tenants. But of course, as it was mentioned, GDPR issue is complex, and this is also something that we wanted to advocate at the European level. It's how we could actually simplify the access to private data when it comes to energy consumption.
And maybe just to add on the second bullet point, the awareness raising workshops, what I find interesting is that we didn't want to, in designing these workshops, we didn't want to invite people to our freshly renovated municipal offices and lecture them on how you rationally use energy. And so the strategy there is to use empty buildings that really look like the ones where people live, and really invite them there with technicians and with facilitators so that they can have really a first-hand experience of their, basically a copy of their apartment where they can experiment. That is of course temporarily empty, but they can really do that in their own apartment instead of somewhere else. So what did we do? We already touched upon that, but I will quickly go through the first bullet points and then what's coming next. So we know that we have regional obligations that come from European directives. Now we know how much it will cost and what is the strategy to comply with those renovations. We have stronger ties between the different services. I deal with climate, Benjamin deals with energy. There are some other colleagues who are really more like technicians on architectural issues, so we really work together. So a more transversal approach. What's coming next? We also want to use an aerial thermography that we will do in autumn. So there will be a plane that will pass through over the municipality of Etterbeek with a thermal camera, and that will capture the heat loss from the roofs and will give us the opportunity to have a picture at the neighborhood level, but that really goes more in detail at the building level of the thermal losses. So we want to use that as a way to raise awareness and to attract people to raise awareness among the general population. And also through another project, but the Empowering Us project has been really instrumental in how we designed this one-stop shop. We want to test a municipal one-stop shop where people can come and have advice and be accompanied when they want to renovate their own privately owned buildings, so going beyond the régie foncière. So these are the things that will keep us busy in the next months and year. And the lessons learned.
Yes, so obviously you know that energy poverty is not only a technical issue but a social challenge. They go hand in hand. The thing is, the municipality of Etterbeek, as far as the political side is concerned, supports all the actions, but it's a fact, decision making is slow. We are patient, we know for a fact that things take time and bureaucratic procedures are very long, and by definition it takes time. Fabio and I work in the same building, but if we hadn't been involved in the Empowering Us project, probably we wouldn't have talked to each other, perhaps at the cafeteria for lunch randomly. But now collaboration has been really something that we realized was important. Different departments must talk to each other on a regular basis. We also, as Fabio mentioned, the workshops for awareness raising. They must be part of the process along the way. As a municipality, that's yours, I think, no?
Yeah, I can take that. We know where we want to go. We know the regulatory framework. We know that huge investments are needed and it's a long process, but the deadlines are very short. So we have to find creative solutions, and just an example, both to federate actors but also to find funding. So, for example, we were the first Belgian public body to organize and to mobilize private capital, which means citizens' savings to finance climate-related projects. So there are ways we can mobilize citizens also to allow them to take part in this very large renovation works. And also, we firstly look at the question like, okay, we have to heat in winter, but as we already said, overheating in summer is really becoming an issue in Belgium as well. So it will be as much as how do we keep the apartments cool and how do we adapt to the new climate conditions as it is to heat our apartments in summer. So this is also, again, where energy poverty and climate change go together. And so why we take this broader approach from climate to involving citizens to accompanying them to adapt to new realities. So that's basically it.
And maybe someday we will say energy richness instead of poverty.
Thank you so much. Well, We moved to Portugal, so I would invite Fernando Gomes to join us here. You come alone. So there you go. You have a clicker here if you need it. How is yours?
Thank you. Right. Good morning, everyone. I will try to be very brief because we all want to go lunch, so I'll try to follow all the instructions that Chiara gave to us and try to very briefly try to give you an overview what was Maia's experience through this project. Once again, my name is Fernando Gomes. I'm here with my colleague Sonia Coenhas. We are both from the Innovation and Strategy Unit from Municipality of Maia, but this project was not just for, although we were coordinating the project, there were lots of organic units from our municipality involved, and I will highlight this through this presentation. I would also highlight that I'm a big fan of the URBACT program. I know the program since their foundations. I think it was from the year 2000, long galaxy ago, far away. And from Maia's perspective, it is our first participation in the URBACT program, and we are very satisfied with this participation. So we are looking forward for the next generation of URBACT. I think it will be the 5th edition, and we are looking forward to participate again. So everyone who doesn't, on the audience who haven't been involved, I will formally advise you to participate. Regarding the first question that we brought us all here, which is fighting energy poverty, I must emphasize that Portugal, as Spain, has recently celebrated 40 years of joining the European Union. We joined the European Union in 1986, so it's been 14 years, it's been a long journey. But in Portugal's case, regarding energy poverty, the numbers are still very, very high. So it's something that it clearly highlights that the incentives that we have been receiving from the European Union and also the politics, the public policies that we have been implementing in Portugal throughout the years haven't been efficient and effective. Because we have approximately 2 million people of our population that are still living in energy poverty. So it is something that for us, public policies, executioners should be, it kind of worries us. So for us, participating in EmPowerIngUs regarding fighting energy poverty, it was also a new way, a new innovative way, trying to rehearse, trying to implement a new form to fight energy poverty, especially with the special focus on hidden energy poverty. Basically in Portugal and probably some of other European countries, we have two main mechanisms to fight energy poverty. One, it's the social tariff regarding electricity or gas. Of course, it helps you in terms of money at the end of the month, but it doesn't reduce the consumption, which is a main target that all public policies has. The other one, it's the reimbursement mechanism. I mean, all the financial incentives that we have in Portugal, basically, it gives you, it reimburses your expenditure. But when we are talking about energy poverty, we are talking about also that with people that are poor, that don't have the necessary financial means to acquire technologies to fight energy poverty. So it's kind of a little bit ironic that sometimes we launch this general overviews, public policies regarding energy poverty, and at the same time, the most needed for these energy policies, they don't get that support. I can give you my personal example. I'm refurbishing my house in the second house that I have from my grandparents in the interior of the country. I'm refurbishing the windows. The budget that they give it to me, it's more than 5,000 euros to refurbish approximately 7-8 windows. It's a lot. And how can poor people, and I will try to apply for this huge national program that we have to get some support, because all the beneficiaries, it's for general population. But for a person that lives in a deprived community or they have difficulties, how can this person who gives a budget to replace their windows, and for each window they ask for 1,000, 2,000 euros. I mean, it's not practice. So for us, fighting energy poverty through the EmPowerIngUs allowed us to get out of the box, and especially through the project that is called the Lugares Saludables. It's a very innovative way to tackle energy poverty. Of course, the path hasn't been easy. We have these 3 stages that we have to overcome through the project: understand, adapt, and reuse. Because replicating the EPUI project supported by the Urban Innovative Actions with 5 million euros of budget isn't the same thing that we can support through the URBACT with our minimum budget. But it was very, very interesting to understand the specificities that Getafe, with the support of the Madrid University, have launched in terms of designing a powerful database, and at the same time creating, like Klemen said, a new division within their organization with a broad diversity of technicians to dialogue with all the tenants for two neighborhoods, two specific neighborhoods, and all supported in data. So we are, like Ángel said in his intervention, we are still in our case, we are still at the beginning of the journey, trying to adaptate EPUI in our local context. But it was a very enrichful experience that if we could, we will try to replicate all the experience that Fernando and the EMSV team replicated in this territory. Sorry. Basically, within our investment plan, which is the main output that all the cities are obliged to deliver, we would highlight 3 main actions that we want to achieve in the upcoming years. One is already taking into place, also due to our local elections. We are revising our internal structure of our municipality. And on this revision, I'm putting a lot of pressure to create a smart city unit within our department that basically will be responsible to know all the urban data systems that exist in our municipality, whether we're talking about environment, waste management, mobility, and of course energy, and a special focus on energy poverty. So this is already happening, and the main target now is getting human resources for this smart city unit, especially data engineers. So if any one of you guys are interested working in Portugal in our data engineerings, we are accepting your CVs. The other one is an example. It's a special project for us that we are working with one of our ULG members, which is EDP, which is the main provider of energy in Portugal, and they have a research unit, and that research unit is part of our ULG, and we are currently launching a survey that wants to demonstrate the importance of artificial intelligence in discovering hidden energy poverty cases. We are working with 30 families, all that want to have a social social house, sorry, and we have identified them. We ask them to access their electricity meters so we can monitoring the consumption. We had some RGBD issues, but they are now overcome, so we are already questioning them, working with them, so this is already also happening in order to have a more solid data from energy poverty. And last but not least, we have these energy balconies that we want to emulate from the Lugares Saludables from Getafe. We want to have a specific energy balcony in each of one of our 10 parishes, because proximity is key. We need to have these proximity balconies regarding energy topics, regarding energy finance support through people. So this will be the 3 main actions that we want to implement through this project. In terms of lessons learned, we basically highlighted 5 lessons. One is that for replication is not just a mere example, exercise, of translation. We need to adapt, we need to understand our local context, because it's not easy, for instance, from one day to another to get all the data, all the granularity data that, for instance, Getafe has. So it's not easy. It's something that it takes a lot of time, and it will take us a lot of time, because these things are very difficult, are very complex to obtain regarding data and all this. This is a sensible issue. Furthermore, data is the new gold in terms of urban management of the cities. So we need to have data to target this topic. And of course, this type of data, like I already stated in my previous intervention, it's granularity, it's micro data. And this is quite a hard task to do, and especially when we are talking about deprived communities. So through Getafe operation and project, we understand the importance of data in guiding all the public policies that we want to implement. Of course, already also my colleagues from Etterbeek highlighted this. It's breaking the silo mentality. We think this we achieved through our ULG group that it is obliged to form through the URBACT program. It is main force. It is our main force to put in practice this project, and we have some activities that our local ULG members are responsible for them, like the previous one, the survey that we are launching that I mentioned. So. The energy poverty topic, like Ángel said, it's not a social dimension. It's not only energy dimension. It's not data dimension. So we have to all at the table. We have to discuss how we can help each other out. So this project helps us a lot breaking the silo mentality. The other one is humanizing the energy transition. With the testing actions that we have throughout the project, whether we discussed which projects, which programs people can apply to get money to substitute the ovens, the windows, explaining this new revolution that is happening regarding renewable energy communities, where we are no longer just consumers but producers, explaining the technology that is being installed in their houses. All these help us to humanize the energy transition. And of course, last but not least, Portugal has recently launched their energy poverty long-term strategy. It was launched in the previous year. And we invited them, especially our National Energy Agency, then to come to us and explain the strategy and put us also on board, signalizing us to get some funding, and that's why we have also the managing authority from our regional program to participate. So it is also important we have the national agencies that can provide us funding regarding this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would ask Eleni if Eleni Mirilla from Trikala city, if she wants to join us. There you go. Standing or sitting or however you want. Can I? Yeah, sure.
So, hello everyone. I am Eleni Mirilla, representing Trikala, and I will try to briefly share the city's experience in the Empowering Us project. So, first of all, I would like to say that time flies, and here we are in the final conference. I cannot even realize how this time passed. It was a great experience with many valuable insights and lessons learned. And I will try to explain it briefly in the presentation. So let's start with the first question. What does energy poverty mean for Trikala, and how the city interprets this concept? So for us, energy poverty is a structural, social, and urban challenge that affects daily life, health, and equality. Combating energy poverty means to make sure that no citizen has to choose between basic needs and live with dignity. So, in action for Trikala, this means turning energy from a source of inequality into a basic public service, protecting vulnerable households, improving health, comfort, and dignity at home, and linking social justice with climate neutrality. Also, I forgot my, sorry. Thank you. So, from the EPIU experience in Trikala, we have adopted the core logic, which is built on 3 steps: the understand, support, act. In Trikala, we tried to not only adopt those steps, but also we tried to adjust it into the Greek reality and in the reality of a medium-sized city. So we replaced the intensive field surveys in the case of EPIU with smart Trikala digital data integration. We integrated the model of a municipal energy office. We adjusted the ACT step to fit the Greek reality with a focus on national schemes. And lastly, we ensured inclusiveness through face-to-face outreach. Now, in the framework of the Energy for All project, Trikala established the Energy Office. Energy for All is another EU-funded project. Now, coming back to empowering us and the city's investment plan core strategy is the institutionalization, continuation, and empowerment of a permanent data-driven energy office that will turn energy poverty policy into a continuous municipal service. This approach is built on 4 strategic actions. The first one is, of course, the institutionalization of the energy office with the aim to create a permanent municipal energy office, which will have dedicated staff and a budget line. The second strategic action is the integrated citizen support service as the one-stop shop, which will act as a frontline service for households that experience vulnerability. The third is data-driven targeting and energy transition observatory, and this acts as the intelligence backbone of the whole system. And lastly, the market mobilization and financing facilitation, which will make energy poverty solutions financially accessible and, of course, scalable. Now, when we think about the project's legacy and the future perspective, is that, as I mentioned before, throughout the Empowering Us project, we gained many valuable insights, and partners were taught by each other. But the work developed in the Empowering Us project for Trikala will act as the foundation for a long-term transformation on how in Trikala interpret and govern the energy poverty policy. The first legacy that we can mention is the policy legacy. We see that energy poverty has shifted from a project-based intervention to a core municipal responsibility. Of course, the governance legacy is that we have built a new model of collaboration. This model is like a co-delivery model that can be reused in other policy areas. The project's legacy, of course, is all these systems and tools that have been developed and are ready to replicate. Now, how we in Trikala see the future? What are future perspectives? Our main focus and vision is to scale up and replicate all the above at local, regional, and national level. So, I would like to close with the main lessons learned. Of course, all key lessons are not just 3, but I tried to summarize in the main 3. What we learned from this process the past years is that without collaboration, we cannot have an impact. Energy poverty solutions are built in ecosystems of collaboration. Of course, the second main lesson is about data. And what we saw is that data alone cannot reduce energy poverty. It's powerful only when it's linked with real services, and what we try to do is with the work with the community center is to unite and blend all this data from vulnerable people in the greater data, let's say, greater data information, and see how these two can produce a real social impact. And of course, the last main lesson learned is that the energy transition must be inclusive and human-centered. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Eleni, also for being so tight to timing. Very good. Thanks a lot. Fernando, please come. So, as we are running a little bit out of time, we decided together with Klemen that we now have Fernando's presentation, then we will have a following session. So we will keep Klemen's conclusions for straight after the lunch break, because this will help us very much more in launching what's happening in the afternoon and keeping the conversation going. So we will complete our tour, coming back to Spain and leaving the floor to Fernando. And then we will continue our conversation on the relationship between Europe, cities, and local policies with the final session before lunch.
Well, I will try to be brief. I don't know if I can be as brief as the younger Fernando. But anyway, okay. Back to the roots again. What fighting energy poverty means to Getafe municipality. For us means helping people. Helping people not only with energy poverty, with everything, because as Ángel already said, energy poverty comes with another vulnerabilities joined. So it's health, it's comfort, it's energy efficiency too, but when we fighting energy poverty, we are trying to allow people to live in a house that they can live their lives properly. So they can have their children studying, their elderly being healthy and comfortable, to have a city, to have a home in which you can invite friends and make a good living inside the city. It's not only about energy, it's about comfort and living. So it's also not related only to energy bills. It's about social justice, because you can never leave anyone behind when you are dealing with innovation and with changing things. And also means moving from a reactive assistance to a proactive public action. That means you need a new tool in order to be able to do that. And we don't have any magic crystal ball to know where the poverty is. So we have to rely on data. And data have proved itself to be really, really useful for this topic. Our challenge. Our main challenge was, back in the EPIU, to be aware that there is not one-size-fits-all solution to energy poverty. That's that's the milestone in which everything starts. So we started this process that you all know quite well at this point, about knowing, about attending, about acting. But what we take from EPIU, because we did take a lot of knowledge back to us, because each time we were trying to explain you how we did things, that doesn't mean that was the right way to do that. We realized that some things can be improved. So we took, this is not a question designed for us as lead partners, was mainly for the project partners, but we also did we also took a lot of things from the EPIU. The main outcomes maybe is that the Healthy Homes Office that started like a tiny bit on inside one of the work packages grow so big and become a node of much other things today is still growing. And it has evolved in a broader one-stop shop that is adding new branches day by day almost. We have this new branch of the Energy Communities Office that is proved to be the next stage, the next challenge, because provide us with a new tool that is able to deal not only with vulnerable people, but with the rest of the population that we have in Getafe and definitely need help. And at the same time, Getafe is strengthening its municipal data ecosystem. We have been improving our GIS maps, our databases, our tools, everything that I have just told about before. Our main strategy and top 3 main actions to implement. The main strategy is to go from a successful innovation project, from a pilot, to something that stays in the city and transform it into a stable municipal operating model. The 3 main actions to implement is strengthening the digital and data tools, the GIS models, the management tools, consolidating the one-stop shop, one coordinating service pathways that allow everyone with any condition or any need to come into our house and get a solution, no matter what is the problem about. We can use this referral system that Ángel was explaining before to lead that particular individual to a particular solution for him. And the last one, to deliver targeted support to the household and communities, not only by this one-stop shop, but providing the municipality with new and smarter renovation grants, new and more precise cooling and heating plans, and this energy kits 2.0 that gives the first iteration to the original kits that was deployed in the EPIU project. The legacy, something that we will be dealing with this afternoon, and I would like to put the focus on this Getafe approach, because it's something that we are really proud of. It's the way that Getafe managed to deal with a problem. And we know that this Getafe approach is already part of our daily basis operations. But as we have created this permanent service culture around energy poverty, everything we are trying to approach or trying to solve is always related to energy, to efficiency, to the building environment. So we are being quite experienced in this particular thing, trying to avoid to solve any other project or any other problem. So we can concentrate our efforts and our knowledge in what we are really good at. And what comes next? Keeping doing the same, keeping strengthening our system, keeping adding so much data to our systems, our decision makers' policies, and last but not least, what did we learn about this? Okay, innovation energy is not only technological. We have some of the partners has mentioned this. Data and AI are powerful tools, but they only work when they are combined with trust with people. So it's something that every one of us has recognized at some point of the project. And the last one is really funny because the real innovation is giving what is needed to those who need it, without leaving behind those who don't know how to ask for help. This is something that it works with households, with people, but it also works with cities. Because I don't know if you remember the first meeting we had, we promised you a menu. We developed a wide menu of really nice dishes. And most of you say, no, I'm only going for the main course. and the other one says, no, I will have a salad. And I'm not going for the dessert. But some of you ordered side dishes and ate them, went for the big dessert, went for the chupito afterwards, went for the everything. Because maybe you were one of those that need something that you didn't know that you needed. So at that point, offering you and the rest of the citizens the possibility to be helped in a way that maybe you are not expecting is something that works for, before we were talking about this individual scale, the household, the building, the neighborhood, and the city scale is also here. So we started with 3 scales, we have 5. So I think that is something really self-explaining for us. So with this and a pancake, thank you for your attention.
Lunchtime is approaching, and then Fernando was already mentioning the many things we could take advantage of later on. Well, thank you so much, Fernando, for this last presentation about the city's experiences. It is quite impressive to see them all together. It is quite impressive to see the different trajectories that the initial practice was taking. It is quite impressive also to see the different declensions and interpretations of that were locally given to all the dishes that Fernando was mentioning so far, actually. So, as I mentioned before, we will keep a further discussion about the projects for after lunch, because we would like to have a dedicated time to that and a decent amount of time also to exchange, so it will be guided by Klemen straight after lunch. But we also wanted to have a dedicated space to the next session, because as we mentioned in the beginning, we were designing this final conference as also a possibility to open windows on different scales, to talk about the European scale, to talk about the local scale, to put cities at the center of the attention. And it is particularly important for us now to introduce this session. I would like to ask Lucas Alvarez from the Spanish URBACT and EWI national contact point, and Carlos Lopez Martinez, which is General Administration Officer at the Getafe Town Council. Please come. Have you managed already to share the presentation and everything? It's there. Okay. Well, we can start with Lucas and do you manage? As you like it. You can also be supported by your slides as you prefer. But please come here with us. We want you here with us. We need to feel you here with us. Perfect. So, what shall we discuss in this second session? So, actually, it is quite important to underline the relationship between, the wider framework, the European policy, the programs that allow you to, bring home pilots, experiments, tests, trying something innovative and understand in which way this innovative thing can then embed, I would say, in the daily life. And the case of EPIU and empowering us is quite relevant from this point of view. So I would like to start, but then at the same time, we moved from the European to the local level, but at the same time, we go vertically on specific topics. So we have been focusing on energy poverty, on energy efficiency, on the relationship between efficiency and catching the social dimension. But each city is producing more policies that have to do with many different chapters. So what we wanted to explore with this session is, on the one side, the relationship between, the program, the experiment, coming and going, and then testing things, and then
adopting things and then nurturing things to root them in the local daily life of cities, and on the other side, understanding in which way these tests and pilots and innovations that we try to put in place in cities then get framed into the urban agenda, into the local urban agenda and into the local policies that are spread at local level. So I would start with Lucas from this point of view, then we move to Carlos, but I would suggest, as we did before with Ángel and Jorge, well, this is happening in English, but I would say in the same case, just feel free also to kind of build one over each other's speech. We have slides if you need them, and we are very curious to listen to you. So Lucas, the floor is yours. Yes.
Hola. Bueno.
I'm going to do my intervention in English because I'm going to be more comfortable. And since we have these translation devices, let's use them. First of all, I would like to thank you for coming here and for the work performed. 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to meet you in your first session in the town hall building where I was invited. So after 2 years, the fact that you don't have new gray hairs is quite impressive. So I guess that everything worked out smoothly. As part of the national contact point for URBACT and EPIU, I would like to share with you how these two projects, well, Teofil touched a lot upon URBACT. I will try to do it less, but I'm gonna try to tell you how Spain, which is a very decentralized country because their territories suffer some inequalities when it comes to tackling urban dimensions. Some territories receive support from regional governments, other territories do not receive that much support, and their population is unequally distributed, so the cities within the main land of Spain, apart from Madrid, are smaller cities, and larger cities are concentrated around the coastline, which leads to an unequal distribution of cities accessing these kind of projects. Given these overlapping projects, in order to improve households, to improve public utilities, to tackle energy efficiency issues, there are different resources. We have the state plan for housing, and Getafe is working on several projects that are overlapping with the EPIU project on the territories that need this improvement. Then we also have the FEDER fund projects that are mainly focused on improving the public infrastructure, the public spaces, etc. And they are also tackling this energy comfort, comfort in public spaces. We have suffered a horrible heat wave last week, and we can feel it in our skin, the improvement that we need in our cities in order to be able to live inside and outside our houses. Because when you are facing energy poverty in your house, you also need some public spaces so that you can live comfortably outside your house. So we have different models, but that have common features, and there is a reinforced coordination between these two different models. I think this is the most important thing that I can tell you. So beyond investment, beyond access to funds, these projects are very clear when it comes to how to participate, how to reinforce your collaboration, how you can be connected with other examples, territories, points of view. So the Spanish cities that were able to access this kind of financing and experiences have improved significantly when it comes to thinking of new horizons, new perspectives that other cities didn't. That is why the last proposal of Action Network is that over 50 cities participated in these initiatives. That's quite a high number. This is a summary of the projects, both coming from good practices and networks that have been present in Spain in the last few years. In the last 25 years, larger cities are at the left side, and the other graph shows the distribution by network. So you can see some very successful territories, such as the territory of the province of Valencia, other territories along the coastline. For example, Murcia, which is quite surprising because Murcia has participated a lot in URBACT projects, as well as Valencia's region, Asturias, and A Coruña in Galicia. You can also see that this distribution is quite equal when it comes to territories and sizes. So there is no limit in sizes. So every city that has enough confidence in their capabilities can participate in this project. For example, in the last call for proposals, I think there was a municipality with only 400 inhabitants who participated in one project, or this other city that has 12,000 inhabitants that is also participating in URBACT projects. So from a national point of view, what we see is that these cities can access other financing. However, they are also interested in URBACT and UIA in order to get the most of all these funds. So, first of all, I wanted to talk about the EUI opportunities. The Secretariat of EUI and URBACT are quite connected in order to complement both strategies. For example, the case of Getafe with the EPIU and EMPowerIngUs is a clear example of this. Innovative actions. I'm sure you are aware that the fourth call for proposals has evolved significantly. This is an attempt from the EUI to see whether to limit the, to lower the threshold of the city size in order to see if we can optimize these projects for cities that cannot access, that couldn't access the previous calls, because those calls are quite competitive, quite complex, but they offer a great opportunity. So we'll see how this new proposal works. It has sparked a lot of interest because over 480 cities submitted their interest. Among them, 77 are Spanish. So in addition to test these new solutions, there is another very interesting offer which has to do with capacity building. We have these city-to-city projects. I think I already mentioned this, but this project connects cities with a problem with another city that has found the solution, and the project finances the trip in order to get there and in order to organize a fruitful event. You have already established a solid relationship between your cities, but you can use this city-to-city project because the main idea is that European cities exchange experiences, and there is a 90% successful rate for cities that submit their candidacy. We have another very interesting element, which is the peer review. This is more restricted to Article 11 cities, the ones that will receive funds, federal funds, which is articulated in Spain with a not successful instrument. So nowadays we're facing a huge project in order to implement the actions in order to comply with the deadlines. But at the same time, there is a very special element that is going to connect my intervention with my colleagues' intervention. Spain is quite committed to promoting urban agenda, local urban agenda. So in order to access these ERDF funds, cities had to have a city strategy with the view of their needs in order to have a comprehensive overview of their needs, so that some projects could be included in this call, but without approving an urban agenda, they couldn't access these kind of projects. And there is another interesting project that has given added value to our initiatives. Cities that had participated in EIU and URBACT and in other European transfer networks had additional points in order to be able to be selected as one of these Article 11 cities. So it is quite interesting to see that these programs coming from Europe that are quite interesting for cities, because cities can be in touch with Europe, that is the one managing the funds, and not through the national government, which may pose other red tape work. On one way, they need to change their work methodology, but on the other way, these projects are easily managed. They need to transform your governance model, but they provide you with a lot of opportunity. Well, so the peer review is useful for Article 11 cities to compare themselves with experts from other cities. And it is also useful to keep on establishing links and bonds and knowledge transfer in Europe. The call is open in autumn and spring, and they contribute with a lot of value with a 2-day training in order to make the most of these 2 days. And the last component that I wanted to mention, and has to do with the European urban agenda, is these thematic partnerships. You know that these partnerships are organized by topics. Last one had to do with compact cities. A recent one had to do with the decarbonization of the systems, of the energy systems within cities. So this establishes relationships among cities, regions, organizations, associations, NGOs, and enable to pass new legislation, new action plans, new ideas when it comes to dissemination, regulation. So those are the tools that you have at your disposal. And then the EUI is similar to what we have seen with URBACT in the beginning of the project. Larger cities were provided with more projects. However, the weight has been distributed and has reached smaller cities with less capabilities, with less reach. So this distribution is quite interesting, and I think the last call will keep on going into further details with this. And this is the last, what that I wanted to mention, the best part in the end, Getafe, which combines both programs. It started with the EUI and then created this exchange space with you. And there are 5 pathways that crossed each other in this URBACT Empowering Us project. And now Getafe, from 2019 onwards, started participating in these kind of projects, but I'm sure that Getafe will continue to do so because they are still submitting their candidacy to participate in other projects. I don't know if they are telling me yes or no with their heads, but what I know is that they have submitted some other participation interest in following in the next calls, and they are participating in these networks. They are making the most of the networks, and they are managing to complement the knowledge of one project to embed it in the next project, or to present a new, to present themselves to a transfer network in order to share the knowledge gained, all the insights gained, in order to incorporate everything they have learned in their urban agenda. And I think Getafe can be seen as an example.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Lucas. Muy interesante.
Thank you, Lucas. It's very interesting to see all these connections and to explore the data that Teofil had shown before. While Carlos is preparing his presentation, I would like to mention a couple of things. It is quite interesting to see how this is distributed. Also that the profiles of cities are changing, so larger cities have paved the way for smaller cities now. So let's see what happens with the new EUI, how it works. Carlos, are you going to speak in English or Spanish?
Las chicas de la traducción inglés-español, os da igual.
Interpreters don't care. We will follow whatever language he uses.
Like this, because Carlos has got things to show us switching. Just a second. You just have to be patient. It's okay. Carlos, you brought to us special stuff.
Yeah, I tried. Good afternoon, or good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, my plan was to be able to show one thing, and now that we don't have much time, it would be better to just if we can do it or not. Technology was always helping.
Yes.
Yeah. So if it doesn't work, it's fine. Just connect it.
Well, I can anticipate you something about what's happening in the afternoon as Carlos gets prepared. Yes, don't worry. We always have a plan B, a plan C, and then plan D. No, but this is related to what Carlos will explain to us this morning, because actually we imagined for the afternoon a session which is related with the pathway that was brought about by Getafe, starting from the good practice, passing through the EPIU and then to URBACT, and also all the other programs that are being put in place so far by the city. And, pardon? I didn't get it? So, and this has got relationship with what Carlos will explain, because Carlos will lead us through better understanding on how energy poverty, energy efficiency related issues have been incorporated in the urban agenda of the city. And this is quite interesting also considering what Teofil was mentioning before, that now the forthcoming steps of the URBACT program will be necessary passing through one more relationship, the one with the national state, which is a bit different than what, I mean, this is like the two sides of the same coin. So on the one side, cities love to get into URBACT programs and similar programs because they manage to skip the national and the regional level, but according to what Teofil was mentioning before, and maybe we will have the chance to go through that in the afternoon, now the next phase is that instead cities have to become more capable to have a relationship also with the national level as we talk about the urban agenda. I'm personally from Italy. Italy has got no national law for cities, so the urban agenda is very much something which is purely local. So when you were talking about that, I was like, let's see what happens now. Carlos, ¿todo bien? ¿Lo vamos a empezar? Muy bien. So sorry for this intermezzo, we will have the chance to continue on that, but I think that this is quite an interesting framework for discussion, because this is what's happening next in terms of programs and financing. So our capacity to build up reliable urban agendas, but at the same time, our capacities as cities to negotiate our urban agendas with higher levels of government seems to become quite key. So I won't make it longer. Carlos, your side of the show. Thanks a lot. There you go.
Thank you. Well, I'll try to do my best and be as quick as you deserve, because I think you've been working the whole morning and we are hungry, I suppose. It's time to have lunch. And a lot of things have been spoken, or I had planned to speak about, have been spoken this morning, so I won't add more, because some of you guys know more than me about those topics. I'm Carlos Lopez. I'm a member. I'm an administrator of the council, policy officer. I don't know how to say it in English. It's, you know, in Spain we have these denominations for civil servants positions, very like old-fashioned and not adjusted to the modern things. And my goal today was, I had prepared like a 15-20 minutes keynote, but I think I will do it in 5-10 minutes. I want to show you one thing that I think you will like after, but it's to be able to link and to connect and to explain two things. How important it is to put or to have a strategic planification and urban planification connected to the right of energy, connected to the things you are working here. And another thing is how important is the role of local authorities, of the councils, of the low level, especially multi-level administration, or decentralized administration like Spain and other countries. How important is the role of the local authorities on the transition, because the change will be local or it won't be at all. That's a very, I think you know that, but we have to be able to say this and convince to our politicians and to other authorities about this thing. And I was thinking about, I think Fernando from Portugal, he commented about this thing about the windows, that you want to change the windows. So we have in Getafe a nice program for changing the windows that has a really good approach to people that are not maybe able to go to a national call for these renewal programs or other things. So that puts on a very common, a very casual thing we all can face once in life, and how important is the role of local authorities, and have the power in the local authorities to do these changes. In Getafe here, in the Ayuntamiento, in the council, we have learned a lot because of EPIU, and we have started to work with EPIU in a different way. That's why I want to show you, it's going to be brief, we are developing now, we were speaking before about the urban agendas, we are developing now our urban agenda, and of course all the knowledge and all the work that the housing company, the EMSV, has been done last years, has been crucial not only for the projects and the actions that we have, we are putting on the urban agenda, but also in how we do that things, how we put technology to service to the people, and how to put things like the artificial intelligence and other like technological things that we have developed in the service of the urban agenda and also the people. The housing company, the EMSV, I've done this blueprint, this urban blueprint, and how we have been organizing this. Like, we have a mandate, which is making the urban agenda, having a strategic framework. It's important that the local authorities always have this strategic framework, not only for public funds we've been speaking before, like now with FEDER, for example, we need the urban agendas, but also have it like in mind for planning things, no? And how this EMSV is like a transition layer to applying different new things and different approach to urban solutions, not only like the classic we've been using with urbanism or with urban planning before. Three different projects we are working within the urban agenda: Getafe to Live, Healthy Getafe, and Innovative Getafe, and with all the knowledge and all the work we've done with EPIU and other projects with EMSV have been directly applying and going into the urban planification of the city. I wouldn't speak a lot about I had a plan of speak about the different projects, but I think I can do like a summary. Of course, housing is a huge problem now in Spain, but also in Europe, and not only in the area in the rehabilitation or renewal of buildings that we have this Hogares Saludables office, one-stop shop, which is actually promoting, helping, and building a new paradigm of urban regeneration, but also with the new developments. We are facing new developments here in Getafe, so also we are getting this knowledge to build a more sustainable in terms of putting, for example, the energy communities on these new developments and other things. Healthy Getafe, we have put in the urban agenda. I think that's a pretty innovative approach. The right to energy, not only like a poverty thing, but you were speaking before, but also multidimensional right, part of the main board of rights of people. So right to energy is a thing that we can also face from the local authorities, and of course all the projects the housing companies working now face this with this approach of the urban rights, and we have made it like ours also because that's the goal of the urban agenda. We'll explain later, but the goal is that this urban planification and strategic planification will help to build the city of the future, like in terms of any element of the urban planification, not only this innovative or not only this housing part, but also the city, the construction of the city. And of course, and I think the most important thing, that's why I want to be quick, is the innovation dimension. No? How the EMSV uses AI, uses technology to get into the problems and to get into some analysis that help later to determine some policies. We have get this, and we have put it as a main drive on the urban agenda in Getafe. So that's what I want to show you now. I'm going to be fast. I'm going to jump all of this. This is our webpage if you want to enter and do some research. And I'll try to go this and show you a couple of things that I think you will like. And I wanted to show you just because I think that, I don't know if Fernando agrees with me, but I think that without EPIU and without all the things you've been working for, that wouldn't be a space for this in Getafe. Like, as an organization, we have make like a very step forward to this and to this different approaches to technology. I don't know if I'll be able to enter from here. I'll try. So this is Urban Studio. Urban Studio is a tool that will help us or should help us to planify or to plan decisions, policy-making decisions. What we have done, of course, like having all the planes, all the maps inside, is just put some open source data that gets from some open sources phones that we have and some clothes that we have put in to determine a list of, we'll see, indicators about the Getafe, the city of Getafe, like this artificial surface of total surface. For example, that's an example. Some like demographic indicators too. This is, for example, this is green accessibility. This is green level. This is the green level detected through such satellite. Well, there are many indicators. I want to show you some. Let me see, some different indicators. Like, for example, in houses in risk of flooding. That's not many, but impact of extreme temperatures, like we can see, because we are having there's this impact of extreme temperatures according to some indicators we have designed. But the interesting thing about that, or about this, is that we can simulate different scenarios within the data we have of the city. Like, for example, here, let's see an example. This is Getafe. This is where we are now, the center. We are, let me see, we are here, I think. Yeah, we are here in the Espacio Mercado. So we want to say in this barrio of Alhóndiga, we are looking for some similar places, for example, to take a decision, or some, or see if we have the same problem in some different places. We are selecting this area, for example. No, I'm doing a polygonal, and I want to do an area. Sorry. We're selecting these 3 squares. It's 100 per 100 meters square. We're doing an analysis, asking to the tool that if it may give me like an area with a similar density of population, for example, and extreme temperature impact, and we can select another one, but we can do this with it. And we want 5 areas, 5 similar areas with this situation, or with, we can put another one, Edad Media. So old people, the relation between the old people is envejecimiento de la población. I don't know in English how it is, but say old people. We're going to find some similar areas. Okay, so we're seeing the result here. And now here we have 5 similar areas in the city that the one we have selected. Now we have this, the base area, which is this population, this density, and the similar with the index we've been searching for. That could be useful for taking decisions or for like have a correct diagnosis for planning public policies. This is one of the tools we have. We have another one, environmental tool. I know you guys are very interested in these environmental things. That calculates how it changes the temperature and the conditions of an area when we build some, or do some intervention, like, for example, this street, Calle San Jose, de Calasanz, we are transforming it into a, we're making a polygon here. And the impact of, for example, putting or transforming the surface, like in a green corridor, improving the surface also and the tree level, so we can see how the temperature changes and the impact on CO2 and other things. And also this fantastic tool with the roots that we can change. Like, for example, if we have, I need to, let me show this because, okay, we have from one point to another point. We have a calculation of the most probable route, and the app also can tell us what happens if we make if we put a variable, because we have to do some renovation. So it calculates the alternative route that people will take when we do this. So that's interesting for urban planning. I wanted to show you this, especially for putting on very strong evidence how EPIU and how these projects have had a really impact on the council. This approach to artificial intelligence, to using technology for urban planning, it hadn't been possible without the work of EMSV, without the work that started on EPIU, and also involves and also lead the council to this new ambitious agenda, working with this. And our plan, of course, is continue working on that and supporting EMSV and everything we can. I mean, not, I imagine politically, of course, but I mean in terms of the workers of the council and also the people who, like me, that we are working on urban planning, we continue supporting this approach and supporting this way of working. I think it's enough. Enjoy lunch. I think they're preparing some delicious lunch, and you have, okay. Thank you very much, and enjoy the city too.
Thank you so much, Carlos. That was extremely interesting, and you said this is, I mean, you were entering with a password, so this is available for technicians, for everybody?
I forgot to say, it's in beta, no, it's in beta version, so we're working on the development of the tool. Our goal is to put it public sooner than later. We're still working on improving things and putting more information, some like errors that the app has, but it will be available. And our goal is to make it transferable to other institutions if possible.
So thanks a lot. I would invite you to jump on the stage. So it's time for a break, but before the break, we would like to invite you all on the stage. The partners of the network, but also those ones in the audience that have been following the sessions so far. So we take a family picture, and this is the official sign that the break can start. During the break, remember about the city marketplace, remember about the local products that I can see on the tables, and maybe now that you heard by the cities what they are doing, maybe it might be easier for you to ask for questions. So I would say, maybe we could move the armchairs and rearrange briefly the stage and get prepared for the picture.